Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into God of Fiction. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Lord Potterblack audited Hogwarts and found Dumbledore was using Harry's vault to pay for the order? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, The Ledger's Tale. The golden afternoon sunlight streamed through the tall windows of Gringotts, casting long shadows across the polished marble floor. Harry Potter sat perfectly still in the high-backed chair, struggling to process what the goblin had just told him. "I'm sorry, Master Ragnarok, but could you repeat that?" Harry kept his voice steady, though his knuckles had turned white where they gripped the armrests. Ragnarok, senior account manager and director of inheritance affairs, peered at Harry over half-moon spectacles that looked oddly similar to Dumbledore's. The comparison did nothing to settle Harry's churning stomach. "As I said, Lord Potterblack, now that you have come of age and completed the inheritance ritual, you have full access to your family's financial records. The discrepancies I mentioned appear in withdrawals from your family vault over the past 16 years. The goblin's long fingers splayed across the leather-bound ledger between them. "Regular withdrawals, authorized by one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in his capacity as your magical guardian." Harry's 17th birthday had passed just 2 weeks ago, in the midst of war preparations. With Voldemort finally defeated at the Department of Mysteries in a confrontation that had cost Sirius his life, Harry had barely had time to mourn, let alone consider his financial situation. The summons to Gringotts had come as a surprise, one that was rapidly turning into something far more disturbing. "How much?" Harry asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Ragnarok's expression remained impassive, but something like respect flickered in his dark eyes. "Approximately 1.2 million galleons over 16 years. Harry felt as though he'd been struck by a bludgeon. That amount was staggering, even with his limited understanding of wizarding finances. And the purpose of these withdrawals? According to the documentation, Ragnarok said, flipping to another page, educational funding for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, charitable contributions to various causes, and... The goblin paused, his sharp teeth gleaming in what might have been a grimace or a smile, funding for an organization listed only as the Order. The Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore's secret organization, fighting against Voldemort. Funded, apparently, with Harry's money, without his knowledge or consent. Was my magical guardian within his rights to do this? Harry asked, careful to keep his tone neutral. He'd learned enough about goblins to know they respected control, especially in financial matters. "Technically, yes," Ragnarok replied. "A magical guardian has authorization to make reasonable withdrawals for the welfare and education of their ward. However..." The goblin tapped a long nail against a particular entry. "The amounts and some of the destinations fall into what we would consider a gray area. Particularly since these withdrawals continued even after certain events." "What events?" "The death of the Dark Lord in 1981, for instance. The transfers to the Order continued monthly without interruption until 1991, then resumed in 1995. Harry leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Show me everything." 3 hours later, Harry left Gringotts with a shrunken copy of his family's financial records tucked safely in his robes, his mind racing with implications. The summer air felt oppressive as he made his way through Diagon Alley, barely noticing the stares and whispers that followed him. His defeat of Voldemort had elevated his already considerable fame to almost mythic proportions, but today he had more pressing concerns than his public image. He ducked into the leaky cauldron, finding a secluded booth in the back where he could think. Tom brought over a butterbeer without being asked, giving Harry a respectful nod before retreating. The privacy was a small mercy. Harry pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down what he knew with the self-inking quill Hermione had given him last Christmas. The facts were damning. Dumbledore had been systematically withdrawing funds from the Potter Vault since becoming Harry's guardian. The largest sums had gone to the Order, but there were other recipients, some named, others identified only by vault numbers. What troubled Harry most wasn't just the money, though the amount was significant, but the deception. 7 years of looking to Dumbledore as a mentor, a guide, even something of a grandfather figure, and all that time, the old wizard had been helping himself to Harry's inheritance without so much as a word of explanation. Problem, Potter? Harry looked up sharply, hand instinctively moving toward his wand before he recognized Daphne Greengrass standing beside his table. The Slytherin girl watched him with cool assessment, her expression guarded but not hostile. "Nothing I can't handle, Greengrass," he replied, gesturing to the empty bench across from him. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down, her movements graceful and measured. "You look like someone just told you Quidditch has been cancelled forever," she observed, arranging her emerald robes with practiced precision. Harry surprised himself with a short laugh. "Worse, actually. Just discovered my magical guardian has been treating my family vault like his personal Gringotts." Something flashed in Daphne's ice-blue eyes, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "Dumbledore?" she asked quietly. Harry nodded, studying her reaction. Daphne Greengrass had always been something of an enigma. A Slytherin who had remained studiously neutral throughout the brewing war, neither joining Malfoy's sycophants nor openly opposing them. She was known as the Ice Queen for her reserved demeanor and razor-sharp intelligence. "Not that I should be surprised," she continued, her voice carefully modulated. "The Greengrass family has had similar experiences with the headmaster's liberal interpretation of his authority." "Really?" Harry leaned forward, interest piqued. "Care to elaborate?" Daphne glanced around the pub, then cast a subtle privacy charm with a flick of her wrist. Harry raised an eyebrow, impressed by the wandless magic, a skill few their age had mastered. "My father attempted to audit Hogwarts' financial records 3 years ago, as part of his duties on the Board of Governors," she explained. "He found irregularities in the allocation of the school's funds. When he raised concerns, he was politely but firmly removed from the board." "Let me guess, Lucius Malfoy's influence?" Daphne's lips curved in a cold smile. "Surprisingly, no. This came directly from the minister's office, at Dumbledore's recommendation." Harry absorbed this information, adding it to his mental map of the situation. "What kind of irregularities?" "Missing galleons from the scholarship fund, primarily. Funds that were supposed to help Muggleborn and less fortunate students afford proper supplies." She tilted her head slightly. "My father believed those funds were being redirected to the Order of the Phoenix," Harry supplied, the pieces connecting in his mind. Daphne's eyebrows rose fractionally. "You know more than I expected, Potter." "Lord Potterblack, actually," Harry corrected, watching her reaction. "As of 2 weeks ago." This time, her surprise was unmistakable. "You claimed both titles. That's unprecedented in recent history." Harry shrugged, though the casualness of the gesture belied the significance of his status. The inheritance ritual had been intense, ancient magic acknowledging him as the rightful heir to both the Potter and Black families. Sirius had named him heir to the Black fortune and titles before his death, a final act of rebellion against his pure-blood family's expectations. "I'm finding that many things about my life have been unusual," he said dryly. Daphne studied him with newfound interest. "What do you intend to do about Dumbledore?" "I'm going to audit Hogwarts," Harry replied, the decision crystallizing as he spoke. "Properly, thoroughly, with goblin assistance. And when I have all the evidence, I'm going to confront him." "That won't be easy," Daphne warned. "Dumbledore has powerful allies." "So do I," Harry countered. "Including, it seems, the Goblin Nation. They're quite interested in unauthorized movement of funds from ancient vaults. But I could use more." He met her gaze directly, the unspoken question hanging between them. Daphne considered him for a long moment. "My family maintains a neutral position, Potter." "Neutrality isn't the same as inaction," Harry pointed out. "And I'm not asking you to choose sides in a war. That's over. This is about accountability." What exactly are you proposing? Information, for now. Your father's findings, any documentation he managed to preserve before being removed from the board. In exchange. Harry paused, weighing his words carefully. In exchange, when I move forward with the audit, I ensure the Greengrass family's concerns are addressed and your father's reputation is restored. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. And if I want more than information sharing? Such as? An alliance. Formal, between our houses. Harry hadn't expected that, though perhaps he should have. The political landscape of wizarding Britain was shifting rapidly in the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat. Ancient families were repositioning themselves, seeking new alliances and security. That would depend on the terms, he said cautiously. I'll have a proposal drafted, Daphne replied, rising from her seat. Consider it a good faith gesture. In the meantime, I suggest you speak with Neville Longbottom. His grandmother has been fighting similar battles on the Wizengamot for years. She cancelled the privacy charm with another subtle movement of her hand. Until next time, Lord Potterblack. Harry watched her leave, mind already mapping out his next steps. If Daphne was right about Augusta Longbottom, he might have more allies than he'd initially thought. First, though, he needed to talk to Neville. Longbottom Manor stood as a testament to old wizarding wealth, not ostentatious like Malfoy Manor, but solid and dignified, surrounded by sprawling gardens famous throughout magical Britain. Harry stepped out of the flue into a reception room that managed to be both intimidating and welcoming, much like Augusta Longbottom herself. Harry. Neville's greeting was warm as he crossed the room. Or should I say, Lord Potterblack, now? Harry grinned, clasping his friend's hand. Just Harry to you, Nevada. Always. The changes in Neville over the past year were remarkable. Gone was the round-faced, nervous boy of their early Hogwarts years. In his place stood a confident young man, his shoulders broad, his handshake firm. Fighting alongside Harry at the Department of Mysteries had transformed him, both the battle itself and the aftermath, when he'd finally avenged his parents by helping capture Bellatrix Lestrange. Gran's in the solarium, Neville said, leading the way through the manor. She was intrigued by your request. I imagine she doesn't get many requests for private meetings from 17-year-olds, Harry commented. Neville shot him an amused look over his shoulder. She doesn't get many requests from 17-year-olds who vanquished Dark Lords and claimed dual lordships, no. The solarium was a magnificent glass structure attached to the east wing of the manor, filled with rare magical plants and bathed in enchanted sunlight. Augusta Longbottom sat like a queen among her botanical subjects, straight-backed in a high-backed chair, her famous vulture hat perched on her head. Lord Potterblack, she acknowledged as they approached. How good of you to join us. Harry bowed precisely, recalling the etiquette lessons Andromeda Tonks had hastily given him after the inheritance ritual. Lady Longbottom, thank you for receiving me. Your gardens are as impressive as their reputation suggests. A hint of approval flickered across Augusta's stern features. Neville's work, primarily. He has his mother's touch with growing things. She gestured to the chairs arranged nearby. Please, be seated. Mimsy will bring refreshments. As if summoned by her name, which, Harry realized, she probably had been, a house elf appeared with a tray of tea and delicate sandwiches. Once they were settled with refreshments, Augusta fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. Now, young man, perhaps you'll explain why you requested this meeting with such urgency. Harry set down his teacup and met her gaze steadily. I've recently discovered financial irregularities involving Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore, and my family vaults. I'm planning to initiate a formal audit, and I was informed that you might have relevant experience with similar concerns. Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed. She turned to her grandson. Neville, fetch the blue portfolio from my study. When Neville had left, Augusta leaned forward, her voice lowering. How much do you know about your parents' will, Lord Potterblack? Harry frowned. Their will? Nothing, actually. I was told all their affairs had been handled by Dumbledore after their deaths. As I suspected. Augusta's lips thinned in displeasure. The Potter will was sealed by the Wizengamot on Dumbledore's recommendation, supposedly for your protection. Many of us found the timing convenient. Convenient how? The sealing occurred the same day you were placed with your Muggle relatives. Before any of your parents' designated guardians could contest the arrangement. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Designated guardians? But I was told that Petunia Dursley was your only option. Augusta snorted. Hardly. Lily and James Potter were well-connected, respected members of our society. They had arranged a list of potential guardians. Sirius Black was first, naturally, but after his situation, there were others. The Longbottoms were among them, before Frank and Alice were attacked. The Bones family. Even the McKinnons, though they too were targeted shortly after your parents. Harry's mind reeled with the implications. All those years of misery with the Dursleys had been unnecessary. There had been wizard families willing to take him in, to raise him knowing his heritage, understanding his place in their world. Why, he asked, his voice rough with suppressed emotion. Why would Dumbledore do that? Augusta regarded him with something like sympathy, an expression that seemed foreign on her austere features. Control, Lord Potter Black. The simplest and most likely explanation is control. A child raised in the wizarding world, aware of his status and heritage, would have been much harder to manage. Neville returned then, carrying a leather portfolio embossed with the Longbottom crest. He must have caught the tension in the room, because he looked questioningly between his grandmother and Harry. I've informed Lord Potterblack about some of the irregularities surrounding his parents' will, Augusta explained. Neville nodded grimly. Gran's been fighting to get it unsealed for years. She's part of a faction in the Wizengamot that's been trying to check Dumbledore's power. Not always successfully, Augusta added, taking the portfolio and extracting several documents. But we've maintained detailed records. Including these. She handed Harry a sheaf of parchment covered in columns of figures and notations. Financial records from Hogwarts governors' meetings over the past decade. Officially, these documents were destroyed after each review. Unofficially. She permitted herself a small, satisfied smile. I've maintained my own copies. Harry scanned the documents, his eyes widening as patterns emerged. Funds allocated for school improvements that never materialized. Scholarship money that didn't match the number of recipients. Budget increases that couldn't be accounted for in the school's visible operations. This is extensive, he said finally, looking up at Augusta. And nobody questioned these discrepancies. Oh, questions were raised, Augusta replied dryly. Those who asked too persistently found themselves voted off the board, or suddenly facing personal or professional difficulties that required their resignation. Like Daphne Greengrass's father, Harry murmured. Augusta's sharp gaze fixed on him. You've spoken with the Greengrass heir. Interesting. She approached me earlier today, Harry explained. Mentioned her father had similar concerns before being removed from the board. Cygnus Greengrass was one of the more persistent investigators, Augusta confirmed. A Slytherin to the core, but an honest one. His removal was particularly blatant. Neville leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. What exactly are you planning, Harry? An audit is one thing, but going against Dumbledore publicly. I'm not looking to destroy the man, Harry said carefully. Despite everything, I recognize what he's done for the wizarding world. But this, he tapped the documents, and what I've learned about my own inheritance, it can't continue. There has to be accountability. Augusta studied him with newfound respect. You'll need allies, Lord Potterblack. Powerful ones. I was hoping the House of Longbottom might be among them, Harry replied, meeting her gaze directly. A moment of silence stretched between them before Augusta inclined her head slightly. The House of Longbottom has stood for justice and transparency for 1,000 years. We would be honored to stand with House Potterblack in this matter. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With the Longbottom support, his position would be significantly stronger. Thank you, Lady Longbottom. Call me Augusta, child. If we're to be allies in this venture, we should dispense with excessive formality among ourselves. Her stern expression softened fractionally. Now, tell me exactly what you discovered at Gringotts. As Harry recounted his meeting with Ragnarok and the details of the financial discrepancies, Augusta and Neville listened intently, occasionally exchanging glances that suggested they were fitting his information into a larger puzzle they'd been working on for some time. The Order of the Phoenix, Augusta mused when Harry finished. Dumbledore's private army, funded with your family gold. The audacity is almost admirable. Gran fought in the First War, Neville explained. She knows how the Order operated. Indeed. Though I was never invited to join Dumbledore's inner circle, Augusta said, a hint of old bitterness in her tone. Frank and Alice were members, but I was deemed too independent. Harry frowned. You fought against Voldemort, but not with the Order. There were many who resisted the Dark Lord without submitting to Albus Dumbledore's authority, Lord Potterblack. The history you've been taught is, selectively edited. Augusta straightened in her chair. But that's a discussion for another time. For now, we must focus on your audit. You'll need the support of at least 3 governors to initiate a formal investigation. I believe I can secure the Greengrass vote, Harry said. And with Longbottom. That's 2, Neville counted. Who else? Harry considered the current board members. Madame Bones, perhaps. She's always struck me as fair-minded. Augusta nodded approvingly. Amelia would be a strong ally, especially given her position as head of the DMLE. If financial impropriety extends beyond Hogwarts, her department would have jurisdiction. I should speak with her as soon as possible, Harry decided. I'll arrange it, Augusta offered. Amelia and I have a long-standing tea engagement on Thursdays. I'm sure she wouldn't object to your joining us tomorrow. Harry smiled gratefully. That would be perfect. In the meantime, I should review these records more thoroughly. He gestured to the documents Augusta had provided. Take them with you, she said. They're copies, charmed against tampering or unauthorized viewing. Only those you personally authorize will be able to read them. As Harry prepared to leave, Neville walked him back to the floor. You know this won't be easy, right? His friend said quietly. Dumbledore has spent decades building his reputation and influence. I know, Harry acknowledged. But after everything, Sirius, my parents, the prophecy, I can't just let it go. Too many people have paid the price for his greater good. Neville clasped his shoulder firmly. House Longbottom stands with you, Harry. Not just Gran's political support, me, personally. Whatever you need. The simple loyalty in his friend's voice touched Harry deeply. Thanks, Nevada. That means more than you know. Hermione's reaction was exactly as Harry had expected, initial disbelief, followed by methodical analysis, culminating in righteous indignation. He had no right, she fumed, pacing the library of Grimmauld Place, where Harry had summoned her and Ron to discuss his discoveries. Guardian or not, using your inheritance to fund the Order without your knowledge or consent is completely unethical. Ron, sprawled in an armchair nearby, looked less certain. But it was for fighting you-know-who, wasn't it? I mean, isn't that what your parents would have wanted their money used for? That's not the point, Ron, Hermione countered before Harry could respond. It's about consent and transparency. If Dumbledore believed Harry's parents would have approved, he should have explained the situation to Harry when he was old enough to understand. Exactly, Harry agreed, spreading out the financial records on the library table. And it's not just my money. Look at these Hogwarts accounts, scholarship funds that never reached students, building improvements that were budgeted but never completed. Ron leaned forward reluctantly, examining the figures. His expression grew more troubled as he read. "This one," he said, pointing to a particular entry. "This was supposed to be for updating the school brooms, wasn't it? Dad mentioned it when he was complaining about how dangerous those old clean sweeps are for first years." Harry nodded. 5,000 galleons allocated 3 years ago. But the school's still using the same brooms from our first year. "And these scholarship funds," Hermione added, her voice dropping. "Do you realize what this means, Ron? There could be Muggle-born students who never came to Hogwarts because the financial assistance they were promised wasn't available." That struck a chord with Ron, whose expression hardened. "That's not right. Everyone deserves a chance at Hogwarts, no matter what their parents' Gringotts account looks like." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friends. Despite Ron's initial hesitation, understandable, given his family's long-standing loyalty to Dumbledore, both he and Hermione were approaching the situation with open minds. "I'm meeting with Amelia Bones tomorrow," he told them. "Augusta Longbottom is arranging it. With her support, plus the Longbottoms and potentially the Greengrasses, we should have enough backing to initiate a formal audit." "The Greengrasses?" Ron looked surprised. "Aren't they Slytherins?" "Yes, and they have their own grievances against Dumbledore," Harry replied, recounting his conversation with Daphne. Hermione's expression turned thoughtful. "It makes sense strategically. An alliance across house lines strengthens your position and prevents this from being dismissed as a Gryffindor vendetta." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "This isn't about house rivalries or personal grudges. It's about accountability." Ron sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Mum's going to have kittens when she hears about this. She practically worships Dumbledore." "I'm not asking anyone to choose sides," Harry said firmly. "This isn't about taking Dumbledore down, it's about getting answers and ensuring it doesn't continue." "We know that," Hermione assured him, placing a hand on his arm. "And we're with you, Harry. Right, Ron?" Ron nodded, his momentary uncertainty replaced with determination. "Always, mate. If Dumbledore's been misusing funds meant for students, and your inheritance, he needs to answer for it." Harry felt a knot of tension he hadn't realized he was carrying loosened slightly. Having his best friend's support meant everything, especially knowing the potential backlash they might face from Dumbledore's many admirers. "There's something else you should know," he said after a moment. "Augusta Longbottom told me my parents' will was sealed by Dumbledore. Apparently, they had designated several potential guardians for me if something happened to them. I was never meant to go to the Dursleys." Hermione gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh, Harry." Ron's face darkened with anger. That's beyond everything else. He knew how those Muggles treated you." "We don't know for certain what the will contained," Harry cautioned, though Augusta's revelation had hit him harder than he wanted to admit. "That's part of what I'm trying to uncover." "We'll help," Hermione said firmly. "I can research precedents for unsealing wills in special circumstances. There must be legal provisions, especially now that you've claimed your lordships. And I can ask Bill about the Gringotts side of things," Ron offered. "He might know something about how inheritance matters are handled when there are disputes." Harry smiled gratefully at his friends. "Thanks, both of you. Just, keep it quiet for now, all right? At least until after I've spoken with Madame Bones." They both nodded their agreement, and the conversation shifted to the practical details of Harry's planned audit. Hermione, predictably, had already begun formulating a research strategy, while Ron provided valuable insights into how the news might be received by different factions in the wizarding world. As they talked late into the night, Harry felt more confident in his decision to pursue this matter. Whatever Dumbledore's reasons, and Harry was willing to concede the headmaster likely believed he was acting for the greater good, the pattern of secrecy and unilateral decision-making had to end. It was time for transparency. Amelia Bones's office at the Ministry of Magic reflected its occupant, orderly, unadorned, and radiating quiet authority. Harry sat across from her desk, acutely aware of the significance of this meeting. Augusta Longbottom sat beside him, her presence lending weight to his case. "These are serious allegations, Lord Potterblack," Madame Bones said after reviewing the documents Harry had presented. Her monocle glinted in the light as she studied him with keen assessment. "You understand what you're proposing would be highly controversial." "I do," Harry replied evenly. "But the evidence suggests a pattern of financial mismanagement that extends beyond my personal concerns. As a Hogwarts governor and head of the DMLE, I believed you should be informed." Amelia's lips curved in a slight smile. "Very diplomatically phrased. Augusta has been a good influence." She set down the documents with a decisive motion. "I've had my own concerns about certain aspects of Hogwarts administration for years. Susan has mentioned irregularities that caught my attention." "Your niece has a keen eye," Augusta commented. "Indeed. Though I suspect having Hannah Abbott as a friend, with her mother's accounting background, has sharpened her observations." Amelia leaned back in her chair, considering. An official audit would require significant support. The Board of Governors would resist, particularly those members loyal to Dumbledore. "I believe we can secure the necessary votes," Harry said confidently. "House Longbottom has already pledged support, and I have reason to believe House Greengrass will join us. With House Bones, 3 votes would be sufficient to initiate proceedings," Augusta confirmed. "Particularly if one comes from the head of magical law enforcement." Amelia tapped her fingers thoughtfully against her desk. "The timing is delicate. With the Dark Lord's recent defeat, the wizarding world is looking for stability, not scandal." "With respect, Madame Bones," Harry countered, "isn't this precisely the right time? The war is over. We have an opportunity to address long-standing issues before the next crisis demands all our attention." Something like approval flashed in Amelia's eyes. "You make a compelling point, Lord Potterblack." She straightened, decision made. "Very well. House Bones will support the audit. However," she added, raising a cautionary finger, "I insist on proper procedure. This must be handled through official channels, with appropriate documentation and transparency." "I wouldn't have it any other way," Harry assured her. "Good." Amelia pulled a sheet of parchment from her desk drawer. "I'll draft the formal request for the board's consideration. We'll present it at the emergency session scheduled for Monday." Harry blinked in surprise. "Emergency session?" "Yes, called to address fall term preparations given the unusual circumstances following the Dark Lord's defeat." Amelia's expression turned grim. "Several staff positions need to be filled, and security protocols reassessed. Your timing is either fortunate or extremely well calculated." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Augusta, whose slight nod conveyed her approval of this development. "Monday works well," Harry agreed. "That gives us time to consolidate our position and prepare for potential opposition." "Speaking of opposition," Augusta interjected, "we should anticipate Lucius Malfoy's involvement. Despite his compromised position following recent events, he retains influence on the board." Amelia's expression hardened. "Malfoy is currently under investigation by my department. His attention may be divided." The subtle hint that the DMLE was actively pursuing Lucius Malfoy, likely for his Death Eater activities, was encouraging. With Malfoy fighting for his own freedom and reputation, his ability to interfere with the audit might be limited. "There's one more matter," Harry said, reaching into his robes to extract another document. "I'd like to formally request the unsealing of my parents' will." Amelia took the parchment, scanning its contents quickly. "This is highly unusual. Wills sealed by Wisengamot decree typically remain so for at least 50 years. My circumstances are hardly typical," Harry pointed out. "As the last Potter and now Lord of the House, I have a right to know my parents' final wishes, especially if those wishes were ignored regarding my guardianship." Augusta shifted slightly beside him. "The sealing was executed under questionable procedural circumstances, Amelia. I've reviewed the records from that session. The vote was rushed through with minimal quorum during the chaos following the Potters' deaths and the celebrations of you-know-who's defeat. Amelia's eyebrows rose. I wasn't yet on the Wiesengemot at that time. This is the first I've heard of procedural concerns. She studied the request more carefully. I'll need to research the precedents, but, given your status and the potential connection to financial impropriety, there may be grounds for an exception. Relief washed through Harry. It wasn't a guarantee, but it was more than he'd dared hope for. Thank you, Madam Bones. Don't thank me yet, Lord Potterblack, she cautioned. Both these matters, the audit and the will meet significant resistance. Albus Dumbledore has powerful allies and a lifetime of accumulated influence. This won't be easy. Few worthwhile things are, Harry replied simply. Amelia regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed. She rose from her desk, extending her hand. House Bones stands with you in this matter, Lord Potterblack. May justice and transparency prevail. As Harry shook her hand, he felt a surge of determination. 3 prestigious houses now backed his cause. With their support, he could finally begin uncovering the truth about Dumbledore's actions and his own inheritance. The real challenge, he knew, would come on Monday, when he faced both the Board of Governors and, inevitably, Dumbledore himself. The weekend passed in a flurry of preparation. Harry, with Hermione's invaluable assistance, pored over financial records and legal precedents, building their case for both the audit and the unsealing of the will. Ron, true to his word, had consulted discreetly with Bill, returning with useful insights into Gringotts' procedures for disputed inheritances. On Sunday afternoon, an elegant eagle owl arrived at Grimmauld Place bearing a sealed parchment with the Greengrass family crest. Harry opened it in the privacy of his study, finding a formal letter from Cygnus Greengrass requesting a meeting that evening. It's a good sign, Hermione assured him when he showed her the letter. The Greengrasses wouldn't engage formally if they weren't seriously considering an alliance. I know, Harry agreed, though he couldn't quite shake his nervousness. The political aspects of his lordship were still new territory, and the Greengrasses were known for their shrewd negotiating skills. I just hope I don't mess this up. Ron snorted from his position by the fireplace. Mate, you face down you-know-who. Pretty sure you can handle one pureblood family. Different kinds of battles, Harry muttered, but he appreciated the vote of confidence. That evening, Harry fled to Greengrass Manor, dressed in his finest robes and wearing the Potter and Black lordship rings prominently on his right hand. The manor was elegant without being ostentatious, tastefully appointed in a style that spoke of old wealth carefully maintained. A house elf led him to a formal receiving room where Cygnus Greengrass awaited, along with his wife Isabel and, to Harry's mild surprise, both daughters, Daphne and her younger sister Astoria. Lord Potterblack, Cygnus greeted him with a formal bow. Welcome to our home. May I present my wife, Lady Isabel Greengrass, and my daughters, Daphne and Astoria. Harry returned the bow with precise depth, exactly equal to Cygnus's, acknowledging their equal status. Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass, he inclined his head to each in turn, then to the daughters. Miss Greengrass, Miss Astoria. Thank you for your hospitality. The formalities completed, Cygnus gestured to a seating arrangement near the fireplace. Please, be comfortable. We have much to discuss. As they settled into their seats, Harry noticed Daphne watching him with that same assessing gaze from their meeting at the Leaky Cauldron. Her sister Astoria, a fifth year if Harry remembered correctly, seemed more openly curious, studying him without the practiced reserve of her older sister. My daughter informs me that you're planning to audit Hogwarts' finances, Cygnus began without preamble. And that you're aware of my previous efforts in that direction. Harry nodded. I understand you found discrepancies that concerned you, before being removed from the board. Removed is a polite term for what happened, Isabel Greengrass commented, her voice cool but not unfriendly. My husband was systematically undermined after raising legitimate concerns. Cygnus made a small gesture with his hand, and his wife subsided, though Harry could see she was still displeased. Water under the bridge, my dear. What matters now is that Lord Potterblack appears to have discovered similar irregularities, from a different angle. Your family vault, Daphne supplied, speaking for the first time. Withdrawals to fund the Order of the Phoenix. Harry nodded. Among other things. I've confirmed with Gringotts that regular transfers have been made from my family vault to various recipients since my parents' deaths, all authorized by Dumbledore as my magical guardian. Without your knowledge or consent, Cygnus observed. Exactly. And when combined with the Hogwarts financial discrepancies that both you and Augusta Longbottom documented. Harry let the implication hang in the air. Cygnus leaned forward, his expression intent. You've spoken with Augusta. And Amelia Bones, Harry confirmed. Both have pledged their support for a formal audit. With House Greengrass, we would have the 3 governors necessary to initiate proceedings. A moment of silence followed as the Greengrasses exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Why now? Astoria asked suddenly, earning a sharp look from her mother for the interruption. Sorry, but it's an important question. Why is Lord Potterblack pursuing this now, when Dumbledore has just helped defeat you-know-who again? Rather than appearing annoyed, Cygnus nodded approvingly at his younger daughter. A fair question, Astoria. One I'd like answered as well. Harry considered his response carefully. The truth is, I only discovered these discrepancies after my 17th birthday, when I claimed my inheritance and gained full access to my family's financial records. But the timing is significant in other ways. Go on, Cygnus encouraged. With Voldemort, Harry noticed but ignored the slight flinches from the Greengrasses at the name, defeated, we have an opportunity to address long-standing issues in our society. The emergency measures and shortcuts that might have been justified during wartime need to be reconsidered. Including the concentration of power in certain hands. Daphne's eyebrows rose fractionally, and Harry caught a glimmer of what might have been respect in her cool gaze. Cygnus studied him for a long moment. You're suggesting Dumbledore's influence should be checked now that the crisis has passed. I'm suggesting that transparency and accountability are essential for rebuilding our society, Harry clarified. Dumbledore has done great things for the wizarding world, I don't dispute that. But no one should be beyond questioning, especially when it comes to matters of finance and governance. Isabel Greengrass gave a delicate snort. Diplomatically phrased, Lord Potterblack. But accurate, Cygnus said thoughtfully. And aligned with our family's long-standing position. He straightened in his chair. Very well. House Greengrass will support your call for an audit at tomorrow's board meeting. Relief washed through Harry, though he maintained his composed expression. Thank you, Lord Greengrass. Your support is greatly appreciated. However, Cygnus continued, we would like to formalize our alliance beyond this single issue. As my daughter may have mentioned, we propose a formal alliance between our houses. I'm open to discussing terms, Harry replied cautiously. Cygnus nodded to Daphne, who produced a sealed document from a nearby side table. We've taken the liberty of drafting a proposed agreement, she said, handing it to Harry. The key provisions involve mutual political support in the Wizengamot, trade considerations between our business interests, and... She hesitated almost imperceptibly, a social alliance. Harry unrolled the parchment, scanning the contents quickly. Most of the terms seemed straightforward and reasonable, pledges of mutual support on key issues, preferential trading terms for Greengrass agricultural exports and Potterblack investments. The social alliance clause, however, caught his attention. The houses of Potterblack and Greengrass shall maintain favorable social relations, including regular participation in significant social and cultural events hosted by either house. The heirs of both houses shall cultivate a public friendship, demonstrating the unity of purpose between our families. The wording was carefully neutral, but Harry understood the implication. The Greengrasses wanted a visible alliance, one that would be noted in wizarding society. It wasn't quite a betrothal contract, but it nudged in that direction, establishing a foundation for potential future arrangements. He glanced up, finding Daphne watching him with that same inscrutable expression. Her parents, too, seemed to be gauging his reaction carefully. "These terms seem reasonable," Harry said slowly. "Though I'd like to consult with my advisors before signing." "Of course," Cygnus agreed smoothly. "We wouldn't expect anything less. Take the document with you, review it carefully. We can finalize our arrangement after tomorrow's board meeting, assuming it goes as planned." The conversation shifted to logistics for the board meeting, with Cygnus providing valuable insights into the likely positions of the other governors. Throughout the discussion, Harry remained acutely aware of Daphne's presence, her occasional contributions precise and thoughtful. As the meeting concluded and Harry prepared to depart, Daphne approached him while her parents were distracted with a question from Astoria. "The social alliance clause concerns you," she stated quietly, not a question but an observation. Harry met her gaze directly. "I'm wary of obligations I don't fully understand." A hint of something, amusement, perhaps, flickered in her eyes. "It's not a marriage contract, Potter." "I didn't think it was," he replied, though in truth, the thought had crossed his mind. "My parents are pragmatists," Daphne continued. "They recognize the value of a visible alliance with House Potter Black, particularly now. But they're not looking to trap you into anything precipitous." "And what about you?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. "What do you think of this arrangement?" For the first time, Daphne's composure faltered slightly, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. "I think alliances based on mutual interests are sensible. Beyond that." She shrugged, a surprisingly casual gesture from the usually formal Slytherin. "We hardly know each other, do we?" "Fair point," Harry conceded. "Though that could change, given the terms of this agreement." "Indeed it could." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "I suppose we'll find out tomorrow whether that becomes relevant." As Harry fled back to Grimmauld Place, he found himself unexpectedly intrigued by the enigmatic Slytherin. Whatever happened at tomorrow's board meeting would likely determine not only the future of his investigation into Dumbledore's financial activities but also the nature of his relationship with the Greengrass family, and Daphne in particular. The Hogwarts Board of Governors convened in a stately chamber within the Ministry of Magic, 12 high-backed chairs arranged around a massive oak table. Harry sat in the gallery, a separate seating area reserved for interested parties who weren't board members. Augusta Longbottom had arranged for his presence, citing his status as both a concerned student and the head of an ancient and noble house with significant financial ties to the school. The atmosphere was tense as the governors filed in, many casting curious glances toward Harry. Dumbledore, who attended board meetings as headmaster but couldn't vote on resolutions, entered last. His eyes found Harry immediately, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his expression settled into its usual benign wisdom. "Lord Potter Black," the headmaster acknowledged with a slight nod. "This is an unexpected pleasure." "Headmaster," Harry returned evenly, neither warm nor overtly hostile. "I hope you don't mind my attendance." "Not at all, my boy. The education of Hogwarts students is, after all, our primary concern." There was a hint of question in Dumbledore's tone, a subtle probe for information. Harry merely smiled politely and turned his attention to the board members taking their seats. Lucius Malfoy was notably absent, his place apparently filled by a proxy, a thin, nervous-looking wizard Harry didn't recognize. The meeting began with standard formalities: roll call, approval of previous minutes, reports from various committees. Harry listened attentively, noting the alliances and tensions evident in the interactions between board members. Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, and Cygnus Greengrass maintained a unified front, their coordinated questions about the upcoming term's budget raising eyebrows among the other governors. Finally, as the meeting moved to new business, Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat. "Madam Chair," she addressed the elderly witch presiding over the meeting, "House Longbottom wishes to present a formal motion for consideration by the board." "Recognized, Governor Longbottom," the chairwoman replied. Augusta produced a sealed document and placed it on the table. I move that this board authorize a comprehensive audit of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's financial accounts and practices for the past 15 years, to be conducted by an independent team of auditors from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, with full access to all financial records and related documentation. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Dumbledore's expression remained placid, though Harry noticed his fingers tighten slightly around his wand. "Do I hear a second for this motion?" the chairwoman asked, her tone carefully neutral. "House Bones seconds the motion," Amelia stated firmly, rising to stand beside Augusta. "And House Greengrass supports this motion," Cygnus added, completing their alliance. The chairwoman looked distinctly uncomfortable. "The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I believe we should hear the justification for such an unusual request," said a portly wizard seated near Dumbledore. "Financial audits are typically conducted on a 5-year cycle, with the next one scheduled for 2 years from now. House Longbottom has identified concerning patterns in Hogwarts financial management that warrant immediate investigation," Augusta replied crisply. "Specifically, discrepancies between allocated funds and visible expenditures, particularly in the areas of student scholarships, facility improvements, and educational materials." "These are serious allegations," Dumbledore interjected, his voice calm but carrying a hint of steel. "I would be most interested to know what evidence supports them." "I believe I can address that," Harry said, rising from his seat in the gallery. All eyes turned to him. "With the chair's permission?" The chairwoman hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "The board recognizes Lord Potterblack." Harry stepped forward, placing his own document on the table. "In preparing for my recent inheritance, I discovered significant unauthorized withdrawals from the Potter family vault over the past 16 years, withdrawals authorized by Headmaster Dumbledore in his capacity as my magical guardian." Another, louder murmur swept the chamber. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, though his eyes had lost their customary twinkle. "These funds," Harry continued, "were redirected to various recipients, including Hogwarts itself and an organization identified in the Gringotts records only as the Order. When I compared these transfers with the Hogwarts financial records that Governors Longbottom, Bones, and Greengrass have compiled, a disturbing pattern emerged." "And what pattern might that be, Harry?" Dumbledore asked softly. Harry met his gaze steadily. "A pattern of funds being removed from both my family vault and the Hogwarts accounts, ostensibly for educational purposes, but with no corresponding improvements in the school's facilities, resources, or scholarship programs. In short, Headmaster, money allocated for students' benefit appears to have been diverted elsewhere, without proper authorization or transparency." The silence that followed was deafening. Even Dumbledore's supporters on the board looked troubled by these allegations. "These are very serious claims, Lord Potterblack," the chairwoman said finally. "Do you have documentation to support them?" "I do," Harry confirmed. "Complete records from Gringotts regarding the Potter Vault withdrawals, along with the comparative analysis of Hogwarts budget allocations versus actual expenditures. I've provided copies to Governors Longbottom, Bones, and Greengrass, and I'm prepared to submit them to the full board as part of the audit process." Dumbledore rose slowly from his chair. "If I may, Madam Chair." At her nod, he continued, "While I appreciate Lord Potterblack's concerns, I believe there may be some misunderstanding regarding the nature of these financial arrangements. As his magical guardian, I was indeed authorized to make withdrawals from the Potter Vault for Harry's benefit, including his education and security." "With respect, Headmaster," Harry interrupted, keeping his tone level, "my concern isn't whether you were technically authorized to access my vault. It's about the purposes for which those funds were used, particularly the substantial amounts transferred to the Order during periods when Voldemort was believed defeated, and the discrepancies between funds allocated to Hogwarts and visible improvements to the school. The financial management of Hogwarts and certain other matters during wartime required discretion, Harry," Dumbledore replied, a note of gentle reproach in his voice. "Some expenditures couldn't be publicly documented for security reasons. Then you acknowledge diverting funds from both the Potter Vault and Hogwarts accounts for purposes other than those officially stated? Amelia Bones asked sharply. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to her. I acknowledge making difficult decisions during extraordinary circumstances, Madam Bones. Decisions I believe necessary for the greater good, including the protection of Harry himself. The greater good, Harry echoed, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from his voice. Was it also for the greater good that my parents' will was sealed, Headmaster? That I was placed with relatives my mother specifically stated should never have custody of me, according to documents in the Longbottom family archives? A flash of genuine surprise crossed Dumbledore's face, the first truly unguarded reaction Harry had seen from him. I see Augusta has been sharing old correspondence, he said quietly. Yes, your mother did express concerns about Petunia in letters to Alice Longbottom. However, the blood protection, was it worth 16 years of neglect? Harry challenged. And was it worth using my inheritance to fund your private organization without my knowledge or consent? Because that's what this audit will determine, Headmaster, whether your concept of the greater good justified actions that, in any other context, would be considered financial misappropriation. The atmosphere in the chamber had grown thick with tension. Several board members shifted uncomfortably in their seats, while others watched the exchange between Harry and Dumbledore with undisguised fascination. I have always acted with the best interests of our world at heart, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. Including yours. I don't doubt that, Harry replied, his voice equally quiet. But good intentions don't justify the means, nor do they eliminate the need for accountability. The chairwoman cleared her throat. I believe we've heard sufficient discussion on this matter. The motion before the board is to authorize a comprehensive financial audit of Hogwarts by Gringotts. All in favor? Augusta, Amelia, and Cygnus raised their hands immediately. After a moment's hesitation, two other governors joined them, a thin, scholarly-looking witch who had remained silent throughout the discussion, and surprisingly, Malfoy's proxy, who seemed to be acting on specific instructions. 6 in favor, the chairwoman counted. Those opposed? 4 hands rose, including the portly wizard who had first questioned the motion. 6 in favor, 4 opposed, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. The chairwoman struck her gavel decisively. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will undergo a comprehensive financial audit, to commence immediately and be completed before the start of the fall term. The school's administration is directed to provide full cooperation and access to all relevant records. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction tinged with apprehension. He had achieved his immediate goal, securing the audit, but the real battle was just beginning. Dumbledore's eyes, when they met his across the chamber, held neither anger nor resentment, but something more complex, a mixture of resignation, respect, and a certain sadness that tugged unexpectedly at Harry's conscience. As the meeting concluded and the board members began to disperse, Dumbledore approached Harry directly. I wonder if I might have a word, Lord Potterblack, the headmaster requested, the formal address a tacit acknowledgement of the shifted dynamic between them. Harry nodded, following Dumbledore to a quiet corner of the chamber. For a moment, neither spoke, the weight of their shared history hanging between them. You've grown into quite the formidable young man, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. Your parents would be proud, though perhaps a bit surprised by your political acumen. I had good teachers, Harry replied neutrally. Not all of them in classrooms. Dumbledore's lips curved in a slight smile. Indeed. The crucible of conflict often forges unexpected strengths. His expression sobered. I want you to know that I never acted from malice or self-interest, Harry. Every decision, including those regarding your guardianship and inheritance, was made with your protection and the defeat of Voldemort as my primary considerations. I understand that, Harry said, and he did. Whatever his frustrations with Dumbledore's methods, he had never doubted the headmaster's ultimate intentions. But understanding doesn't mean I can overlook what happened. Too many people were hurt by decisions they had no say in, myself included. The burden of leadership often involves making choices that affect others without their input, Dumbledore observed quietly. A burden you're now experiencing yourself, as Lord Potterblack. The comparison gave Harry pause. There was truth in Dumbledore's words. His own actions today would have far-reaching consequences for many people, consequences he couldn't fully predict or control. The difference, Harry said after a moment, is that I'm trying to increase transparency and accountability, not concentrate power and information in one person's hands. A noble aim, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps more complex in execution than you yet realize. He sighed, suddenly looking every one of his many years. I won't impede the audit, Harry. Whatever it reveals, I will answer for. But I hope you'll remember that context matters. The circumstances of war and the looming prophecy shape decisions that might seem questionable in hindsight. The audit will establish facts, not intentions, Harry replied. What happens afterward, we'll address that when we know exactly what we're dealing with. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. A measured response. You've matured greatly, Harry. He gestured toward the departing governors. I notice you've formed some interesting alliances. The Greengrass family, in particular, represents a significant shift from your usual associations. Harry recognized the subtle probe for information. Times change, Headmaster. The old divisions between houses and families don't serve anyone's interests in rebuilding our society. Indeed not, Dumbledore agreed. Though I would caution that some alliances come with expectations. I'm aware, Harry said dryly, thinking of the proposed agreement still awaiting his signature. I'm sure you are. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. I won't keep you longer. I suspect your allies are waiting to celebrate your victory. He turned to leave, then paused. One last thought, Harry. The answers you seek about your parents will, they may not provide the comfort you hope for. Some truths are more complex than we anticipate. With that cryptic warning, Dumbledore departed, leaving Harry to ponder his words. As predicted, Augusta, Amelia, and Cygnus approached him moments later, satisfaction evident in their expressions. Well done, Lord Potterblack, Augusta said warmly. The first step has been taken. A significant one, Amelia added. The audit team from Gringotts will begin work tomorrow. I've already made arrangements for their access to the relevant ministry records as well. Cygnus extended his hand to Harry. House Greengrass is pleased with this outcome. I trust you've had time to review our proposed alliance. Harry nodded, having spent most of the previous night studying the document with Hermione's assistance. I have, and I find the terms acceptable, with one small amendment to the social alliance clause. Cygnus raised an eyebrow. Oh. I'd like to specify that while our heirs will cultivate a public friendship, the nature and extent of that relationship remains at their discretion. Harry glanced briefly toward Daphne, who stood a short distance away, conversing with her mother. Alliances function best when they're built on genuine respect and understanding, not obligation. A slow smile spread across Cygnus's face. A wise modification, Lord Potterblack. I believe we can accommodate it. He followed Harry's gaze toward his daughter. Daphne expressed similar sentiments, as it happens. Did she? Harry found that information unexpectedly interesting. Indeed. My daughter values her autonomy highly, a trait I suspect you share. Cygnus extended his hand again. We have an agreement, then. I'll have the document revised and ready for our signatures this evening, if that suits you. Harry shook his hand firmly. It does. Shall we say 7 o'clock at Greengrass Manor? As the arrangements were finalized and the group prepared to depart, Harry found himself face to face with Daphne. Up close, he noticed details he'd overlooked before, the subtle intelligence in her blue eyes, the determined set of her jaw beneath her composed expression. Congratulations on your victory, Potter, she said, her voice carrying just enough warmth to differentiate it from her usual cool tone. Our victory, Harry corrected. Your father's support was crucial. True. Though your confrontation with Dumbledore was impressively handled. Most people find themselves at a disadvantage when facing him directly. Harry shrugged slightly. I've had practice. So I've heard. A hint of genuine curiosity entered her expression. Is it true you suggested an amendment to the social alliance clause? Word travels fast, Harry observed. Yes, I did. I thought it prudent to clarify that while our families expect us to maintain a public friendship, the specific nature of our relationship should remain our choice. Daphne's lips curved in a small smile. How very diplomatic. And practical. I thought so, Harry agreed. Especially since, as you pointed out yesterday, we hardly know each other. A situation that's likely to change, given our family's new alliance. Her gaze was assessing, but not unfriendly. I look forward to discovering whether the real Harry Potter lives up to his reputation. Which reputation would that be? Harry asked, genuinely curious. I seem to have acquired several over the years. Daphne's smile widened fractionally. That's what I intend to find out. She glanced toward her waiting parents. Until this evening, Potter. As Harry watched her leave, he felt an unexpected anticipation for the alliance signing that evening, an anticipation only partially related to the political advantages the Greengrass connection would bring. The audit was underway, his investigation into Dumbledore's actions progressing, and a new alliance forming that might reshape his place in wizarding society. For the first time since claiming his inheritance, Harry felt truly confident in his path forward, whatever revelations the coming days might bring. Chapter 2, Vaults of Secrets. The ancient tomes in the Black family library had always smelled of secrets. Tonight, as Harry turned the brittle pages of Inheritance Law and Ancient Houses, the musty scent seemed particularly appropriate. 3 days had passed since the Board of Governors had approved the audit, and already the wizarding world was buzzing with speculation. You've made the front page again, Hermione announced, tossing the morning's Daily Prophet onto the table beside him. Rita Skeeter's outdone herself this time. Harry glanced at the headline, Potter heir challenges Dumbledore, financial scandal rocks Hogwarts. Below it was a photo of him leaving the ministry after the board meeting, his expression determined. At least they used a decent picture, he muttered, returning to his research. That's what concerns you. Hermione dropped into the chair across from him. Harry, this article all but accuses Dumbledore of embezzlement. The wizarding world is in an uproar. Good, Harry replied without looking up. Maybe they'll start asking questions instead of blindly following. Hermione studied him with a mixture of concern and admiration. You've changed, you know. A year ago, you would have been horrified by this kind of publicity. Harry finally closed the book, meeting her gaze. A year ago, Sirius was alive, and I didn't know Dumbledore had been funding his order with my family gold while leaving me in the dark about everything. He sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. I'm not out to destroy Dumbledore, Hermione. I just want the truth. For once. Her expression softened. I know. And I support you, we all do. I just worry about the fallout. This isn't just about money anymore, is it? It never was, Harry admitted. The gold is just the trail that leads to everything else, the sealed will, my placement with the Dursleys, the prophecy, all the decisions that shaped my life without my knowledge or consent. Before Hermione could respond, the library door swung open to admit Ron and Neville. Both looked slightly windswept, as though they'd hurried over. You've got to see this, Ron said without preamble, holding up a sealed parchment. Just arrived for you at the Burrow, by mistake, I think. Ministry Owl seemed confused. Harry took the parchment, noting the official seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Breaking it open, he scanned the contents quickly, his expression growing increasingly troubled. What is it? Neville asked. Amelia Bones has been removed as head of the DMLE, Harry said grimly. Effective immediately, by special order of the minister. Hermione gasped. That's they can't do that. She's got tenure in that position. Apparently there's some obscure bylaw that allows the minister to temporarily reassign department heads during periods of significant administrative review, Harry read, his voice tight with anger. She's been promoted to a special advisory role on international security, effectively sidelining her from the audit process. Fudge, Ron spat. Has to be Dumbledore's doing. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. This isn't his style, it's too obvious, too heavy-handed. This smells more like Lucius Malfoy. But Malfoy's under investigation himself, Neville pointed out. His political capital should be at an all-time low after being exposed as a Death Eater. Unless. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. Unless he's made some kind of deal. Information in exchange for protection. Harry folded the parchment carefully, his mind racing. We need to speak with Madame Bones directly. And I need to alert Lord Greengrass, this changes the political landscape significantly. The alliance signing at Greengrass Manor 2 nights earlier had formalized their partnership, with the amended social clause that respected both Harry and Daphne's autonomy. Since then, Harry had been immersed in research, preparing for the first reports from the Gringotts audit team. Now, it seemed, their opposition was making countermoves faster than anticipated. I'll contact my Gran, Neville offered. She'll want to call an emergency session of the Wizengamot allies. Good, Harry agreed. Ron, can you get word to Bill? I want to know if the goblins have faced any interference with the audit. Ron nodded. On it. Charlie's visiting too, he might have useful contacts at the ministry. As his friends departed on their missions, Harry turned to Hermione. I need you to do something that might be ethically complicated. She raised an eyebrow, waiting. I need everything you can find on the Order's finances, where they meet, how they operate, who controls the purse strings. You're closer to that information than any of us. Hermione hesitated. Harry, that would mean betraying people who trust me. Would it? He challenged gently. Or would it mean ensuring that an organization fighting for justice actually practices what it preaches? A conflict of principles played across her expressive face. I'll see what I can discover. But I won't spy on people who've protected us, Harry. I'll only look for irregularities that might connect to your family vault. That's all I'm asking, he assured her. We need to understand the complete picture before we take our next steps. As Hermione left, Harry moved to the fireplace, tossing in a pinch of Flo powder. Greengrass Manor, he called clearly, kneeling before the flames. Moments later, the elegant face of Isabel Greengrass appeared in the fire. Lord Potterblack, she greeted him. This is unexpected. My apologies for the intrusion, Lady Greengrass. I need to speak with your husband on an urgent matter. Is he available? One moment. Her face disappeared briefly, replaced shortly by Cygnus Greengrass. Lord Potterblack. I presume this concerns Amelia's reassignment. Harry nodded, unsurprised that Greengrass was already informed. Yes. I'm concerned about what it means for the audit. As you should be. Greengrass's expression was grim. This is a significant setback. Without Amelia's authority as DMLE head, certain financial records at the ministry may become more difficult to access. Do you believe Dumbledore is behind it? Greengrass considered the question. Not directly. This has Lucius's fingerprints all over it, though I'm certain Dumbledore has allies who would act on his behalf without direct instructions. The timing is too convenient. That's my assessment as well, Harry agreed. I'm planning to meet with Madame Bones as soon as possible. In the meantime, can you determine who's been appointed as her replacement? Already working on it, Greengrass assured him. Daphne is with her contacts at the ministry as we speak. She has developed quite the information network. Harry felt a flicker of admiration. Of course Daphne would have her own sources, she was Slytherin to the core, in all the best ways. Please thank her for me. You can thank her yourself this evening, Greengrass replied. We're hosting a small gathering of allied families to discuss this development. 7 o'clock. I trust you'll attend. I'll be there, Harry promised. Thank you, Lord Greengrass. As the fluke connection ended, Harry sat back on his heels, mind racing. The opposition was moving faster than he'd anticipated, which meant the audit must have already uncovered something significant, something worth interfering with at such a high level. The question was, what? The meeting with Amelia Bones took place not at her ministry office, but at a small, unremarkable café in Muggle London. Harry arrived early, dressed in Muggle attire, jeans and a simple button-down shirt that helped him blend in among the lunchtime crowd. Amelia arrived precisely on time, looking oddly out of place despite her own careful attempt at Muggle clothing. Her monocle was absent, but the rigid posture and watchful eyes remained unmistakably those of a law enforcement professional. Lord Potterblack, she greeted him quietly as she took the seat across from him. Thank you for suggesting this location. I suspect my ministry office is no longer secure. I feared as much, Harry replied. I'm sorry about your reassignment. Amelia waved away his sympathy. It was not unexpected. Fudge has been looking for an excuse to sideline me since I supported your version of events regarding Voldemort's return. This simply provided a convenient opportunity. Who's been appointed in your place? Pious Thickness. Amelia's expression conveyed her opinion of the man more eloquently than words. Technically competent, but utterly lacking in backbone. He'll follow whoever appears most powerful at any given moment. And right now, that would be a coalition of interests, Amelia replied carefully. Officially, Fudge. Unofficially, a balance between Dumbledore's traditional supporters and those aligned with old pure-blood interests, Malfoy's crowd, though he's operating through proxies while his legal troubles continue. Harry absorbed this information as their coffees arrived. What does this mean for the audit? It complicates matters, Amelia admitted. Thickness has already requested that certain ministry financial records be reviewed for security implications before being released to Gringotts. It's a delaying tactic, but a potentially effective one. Can he actually withhold records from a board-sanctioned audit? Not legally, no. But he can tie them up in bureaucracy long enough to significantly hamper the process. Amelia took a sip of her coffee, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste. However, the goblins are nothing if not persistent. And they have their own ways of accessing information when sufficiently motivated. Harry leaned forward. Which brings me to my next question. Have the auditors found something already? This reaction seems extreme for a routine investigation. Amelia glanced around the cafe before casting a subtle privacy charm. What I'm about to tell you comes from my last briefing before being reassigned. The audit team discovered a pattern of transfers from Hogwarts accounts to a vault number that doesn't officially exist. Harry frowned. Doesn't exist? How is that possible? Ghost vaults, Amelia explained. A highly irregular practice where a vault is created off the standard registry, typically for extremely sensitive ministry operations or certain old families with special arrangements with the Goblin Nation. Like the Blacks? Harry suggested. Amelia nodded. Precisely. Your family, the Black side, was known to maintain several such accounts. But this particular vault number doesn't match any known registry, official or otherwise. It's as if it was created solely to receive these transfers from Hogwarts and other sources. Including my family vault, Harry concluded. The order transfers. That would be my suspicion, yes. But here's where it gets more interesting. According to my source at Gringotts, the transfers from Hogwarts and your vault weren't the only ones going to this ghost account. There were also regular deposits from a vault associated with the Department of Mysteries. Harry sat back, stunned. The Department of Mysteries? Why would they be funding the same account as Dumbledore? That, Amelia said grimly, is the question that got me reassigned. I made inquiries about those transfers, discreetly, I thought, and within hours, I was called to Fudge's office and handed my new assignment. The implications were staggering. If Dumbledore was coordinating financial activities with the Department of Mysteries, one of the most secretive branches of the Ministry, the scope of his operations went far beyond what Harry had imagined. "Do we know what the money was used for?" he asked. "Not definitively. But based on the timing of withdrawals from the Ghost Vault, I have a theory." Amelia lowered her voice further. "I believe Dumbledore has been funding a specialized research group, one focused on prophecies and their manipulation." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Because of the prophecy about me and Voldemort." "Not just that one, Lord Potterblack. The Hall of Prophecies contains thousands of predictions. Some concerning events long past, others yet to unfold. If someone could identify which prophecies might come to fruition and influence circumstances to ensure favorable outcomes, they could shape the future," Harry finished, the magnitude of such a possibility dawning on him. "But that's playing God," Amelia suggested. "Yes. And if I'm right, it explains why both Dumbledore and certain elements within the Ministry would go to such lengths to keep these financial connections hidden." Harry's mind raced with the implications. "We need to identify that Ghost Vault's controller." "Agreed. But that will be exceptionally difficult without my position at the DMLE." Amelia straightened her shoulders. "However, I still have contacts. And my new advisory role gives me certain international connections that might prove useful." "The Greengrasses are hosting a meeting of allied families tonight," Harry told her. "Your presence would be valuable." "I'll be there," Amelia promised. "In the meantime, be careful, Lord Potterblack. You've stirred up something larger than financial impropriety. There are forces that would prefer these connections remain buried." As they parted ways, Harry felt the weight of her warning. What had begun as an investigation into misappropriated funds was evolving into something far more complex, and potentially more dangerous. Greengrass Manor's formal reception hall was designed to impress. Tonight, with enchanted candles floating beneath the vaulted ceiling and ancient family artifacts displayed prominently in glass cases along the walls, it served its purpose admirably. Harry moved through the gathering of allied families, conscious of the assessing gazes following his progress. Augusta Longbottom stood in conversation with Amelia Bones, both women's expressions grave. Nearby, Cygnus Greengrass spoke quietly with Theodore Knott Sr., a slender, austere man who had maintained neutrality during both Wizarding Wars despite his son's connections to Malfoy's crowd. Neville was engaged in what appeared to be an intense discussion with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, while Ron and Hermione had positioned themselves near the refreshments, observing the room with barely concealed fascination. Quite the gathering of power, came a familiar voice from behind him. Harry turned to find Daphne Greengrass holding 2 glasses of elderflower wine. She offered one to him. "My father believes in displaying strength through numbers." A Slytherin approach, Harry noted, accepting the glass with a nod of thanks. "Effective, though, wouldn't you agree?" She gestured subtly around the room. "Every person here represents a family with significant influence in some sphere, political, financial, social. Together, they create a formidable counterweight to Dumbledore's traditional support base." Harry studied her with newfound appreciation. In the week since their formal alliance, he'd had limited interaction with Daphne, a few exchanged messages coordinating information, a brief conversation at the Ministry when they'd both been there on separate business. Yet each encounter revealed new depths to the Slytherin heiress. "Your information network came through," he acknowledged. Thickness as DMLE head was confirmed this afternoon. Daphne's lips curved in a small smile. "One advantage of being underestimated. People speak freely around the Ice Queen, assuming I'm concerned only with social status and appearances." "Their mistake," Harry said with genuine admiration. "Indeed. Just as many underestimate you, Lord Potterblack, seeing only the Gryffindor hero, not the strategic mind behind your recent maneuvers." Her blue eyes assessed him frankly. Though that perception is changing rapidly. Before Harry could respond, Isabel Greengrass approached, every inch the perfect hostess in elegant midnight blue robes. Lord Potterblack, a pleasure to see you again. I believe your meeting with Madame Bones was productive. Very, Harry confirmed. Though the information we discussed raises more questions than it answers. As is often the case with matters involving Albus Dumbledore, Isabel observed dryly. The gathering will move to the council room shortly. My husband believes it's time to coordinate our approach. Of course, Harry agreed. Thank you for hosting this evening, Lady Greengrass. An alliance is only as strong as its communication, she replied with practiced grace. Daphne, perhaps you would show Lord Potterblack to the council room? I believe he'll find the seating arrangements appropriate. With that cryptic comment, Isabel glided away to speak with other guests. Daphne gave Harry an amused look. My mother enjoys her little political arrangements, she explained, gesturing for him to follow her. The council room seating chart has probably been revised a dozen times today, based on the latest intelligence and alliance shifts. I'm learning that wizarding politics is considerably more complex than I was led to believe, Harry admitted as they moved through the manor. By design, Daphne replied. Those in power prefer to maintain their positions by keeping others ignorant of how the system truly operates. It's why families like yours and mine traditionally ensured their heirs received political education from an early age. Something I was denied, Harry observed without self-pity, simply stating fact. Daphne glanced at him sideways. Yes. Another oversight in your upbringing that seems increasingly deliberate in retrospect. They reached an imposing set of double doors carved with the Greengrass family crest, a stylized tree wrapped with a serpent. Daphne paused before opening them. A word of advice, Potter. When he nodded, she continued. In that room, you'll represent not just yourself but houses Potter and Black. Some will test you, looking for weakness or inexperience. Don't let your Gryffindor instincts lead you into unnecessary confrontations. Worried about me, Greengrass? He asked, half teasing. Her expression remained serious. Our family's alliance ties my reputation to yours. So yes, I have a vested interest in your success tonight. With that, she pushed open the doors, revealing a circular chamber dominated by a massive round table. The room was reminiscent of old tales of Camelot, though the carved wooden chairs arranged around the table were distinctly wizarding in their design, each bearing the crest of a different family. Harry quickly noted that the chair marked with the combined Potterblack crest was positioned between the Greengrass and Longbottom seats, a clear statement of his political alignment. Across the table, several empty chairs suggested expected allies who had not yet arrived. As the gathered families took their places, Harry found himself seated with Daphne on his right and Neville on his left, a symbolically powerful position. Cygnus Greengrass stood to open the meeting, his commanding presence drawing all eyes. Friends, allies, honored guests, we gather in unprecedented times. The defeat of the Dark Lord should have heralded an era of rebuilding and unity. Instead, we find ourselves confronting a different kind of threat, one to the very institutions and principles our society is founded upon. Murmurs of agreement rippled around the table. Harry noted the practiced ease with which Greengrass commanded attention, a skill he would do well to study. The audit of Hogwarts finances, initiated by Lord Potterblack and supported by several governors including myself, has already uncovered concerning patterns, Greengrass continued. Patterns that suggest financial impropriety extending beyond the school and into the highest levels of the ministry itself. What exactly has been discovered? Asked Theodore Knott Sr., his voice precise and measured. Rumors abound, but facts have been scarce. All eyes turned to Harry, clearly expecting him to address the question. Rising to his feet, Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts, aware of the weight of the moment. The audit is still in its early stages, he began, but Gringotts has identified a pattern of transfers from both Hogwarts accounts and my family vault to an unregistered account, what Madame Bones informs me is called a ghost vault. More concerning, this same vault appears to receive regular funding from the Department of Mysteries. This revelation caused a stir around the table. Augusta Longbottom's expression darkened, while Amelia Bones nodded grimly in confirmation. A ghost vault, Theodore Knott Sr. mused. Those require exceptional authorization. Not even Dumbledore could create one without significant support within Gringotts and the Ministry. Precisely, Harry agreed. Which suggests this operation, whatever it is, has backing beyond Dumbledore himself. The question is, what is this money funding, and why go to such lengths to keep it hidden? I may have part of that answer, Hermione spoke up from her position beside Ron. Though not heads of ancient houses, they had been included as Harry's close advisors. With Lord Potterblack's permission? Harry nodded, gesturing for her to continue. I've been researching the Order of the Phoenix's operational structure, Hermione explained, ignoring the surprised looks from some of the older purebloods at a Muggleborn which addressing the gathering. While most members believe they're part of a single organization dedicated to fighting dark wizards, financial records suggest there's an inner circle, a separate entity that operates independently, with its own funding and agenda. What kind of agenda? Neville asked. Based on expenditure patterns, significant resources go towards specialized research, particularly in the fields of prophecy, ancient magic, and something referred to in the notes I found only as veil studies. Hermione glanced at Harry before adding, this inner group appears to operate under a different name within Order documentation, the Arbiters. The reaction to this name was immediate and startling. Several of the older family heads exchanged alarmed glances, while Augusta Longbottom actually gasped aloud. The Arbiters, she repeated, her voice uncharacteristically shaken. Are you certain of this name, Miss Granger? Yes, Hermione confirmed, looking confused by the strong reaction. It appeared in several accounting ledgers I was able to access. Is it significant? More than you know, Theodore Knott Sr. said quietly. The Arbiters are not merely a recent creation of Dumbledore's. They are an ancient society, one that has existed in shadows for centuries, dedicated to the manipulation of prophetic outcomes. How do you know this? Harry asked, intrigued by the unexpected revelation. Knott's thin lips curved in a humorless smile. Because my grandfather was once approached to join them, and refused. The Knott family has preserved records of that interaction, including their stated purpose, to guide Wizarding Britain along the optimal timeline by ensuring key prophecies come to fruition, or are prevented from doing so. A heavy silence fell over the gathering as the implications sank in. If Dumbledore is connected to this group, or worse, leading it, Amelia Bones began. Then his interest in Harry was never solely about defeating Voldemort, Augusta finished grimly. It was about controlling a prophesied figure for much broader purposes. Harry felt a chill run through him as pieces began falling into place, Dumbledore's manipulation of his life, the careful control of his knowledge and connections, the financial resources dedicated to seemingly disparate causes. We need more information, he said finally, breaking the tense silence. Specifically, we need to identify who controls that ghost vault and trace exactly where the funds go after they leave it. That won't be easy, Cygnus Greengrass cautioned. Especially with Amelia removed from her position at the DMLE. Perhaps not through official channels, Daphne spoke up beside Harry. But Gringotts has its own interests in this matter now. The creation of unauthorized ghost vaults violates their sovereignty in financial affairs. Harry turned to her, intrigued. You're suggesting we work directly with the goblins, outside ministry oversight. I'm suggesting, Daphne replied with careful precision, that as Lord of Houses Potter and Black, you have certain privileges with the Goblin Nation that others don't. Privileges that could be leveraged to gain cooperation beyond what they'd offer the ministry. Her reference to the unique relationship between the Black family and Gringotts wasn't lost on Harry. The Blacks had maintained special arrangements with the goblins for generations, arrangements that sometimes operated outside conventional wizarding law. I'll speak with Ragnarok, Harry decided. But we'll need a unified front here as well. If Dumbledore and his allies have moved to sideline Madame Bones, they'll likely take additional steps against others in this room. Already happening, Ron contributed, speaking for the first time. Dad was passed over for a promotion yesterday, one he was practically guaranteed. And Bill says 2 Goblin liaison officers who were cooperating with the audit have been reassigned to field posts in Romania. They're consolidating control, Amelia observed. Classic power play, remove potential opposition from positions of influence before making larger moves. Then we must respond in kind, Augusta declared firmly. I propose a formal coalition of our houses, not merely informal alliance, but a binding magical compact that provides mutual protection and support. Harry noted the significance of this proposal. Such compacts were rare in modern wizarding politics, a remnant of more turbulent times when family alliances were sometimes the only defense against hostile takeovers or blood feuds. House Longbottom stands ready, Augusta continued, placing her hand on the table's center. House Bones joins you, Amelia added, placing her hand beside Augusta's. House Greengrass stands with you, Cygnus declared, adding his hand to the growing circle. One by one, the family heads present added their commitment, until all eyes turned to Harry. As the catalyst for these events, his participation was essential to the coalition's legitimacy. Rising from his seat, Harry moved to the table's center. Houses Potter and Black stand with you all, he stated clearly, placing his hand atop the others. For transparency, accountability, and justice. As he spoke the words, a soft golden glow emanated from their joined hands, sealing the magical compact. It wasn't an unbreakable vow, nothing so restrictive or dangerous, but a formal declaration of unified purpose and mutual support, recognized by magic itself. It is done, Cygnus announced as the glow faded. The compact of truth stands witnessed. The gathering continued for another hour, with tactical discussions and assignment of responsibilities. House Bones would leverage Amelia's international connections to seek outside perspective on the arbiters. House Longbottom would utilize Augusta's Wisingamot influence to prevent legislative interference with the audit. House Greengrass would coordinate intelligence gathering through their extensive network of contacts. And House Potter Black, with Harry at its head, would engage directly with Gringotts to follow the money trail to its source. As the meeting concluded and guests began to depart, Daphne approached Harry once more. Walk with me, she suggested quietly. There's something you should know before you meet with the goblins. Intrigued, Harry followed her from the council room into the manor's extensive gardens, now bathed in moonlight. The air was heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere as they strolled along a winding stone path. My father didn't mention everything about the ghost vaults, Daphne began once they were well away from the house. There's a reason they're difficult to trace, beyond their absence from official registries. I'm listening, Harry encouraged when she paused. Ghost vaults exist in a different part of Gringotts entirely, a section few wizards have ever seen. The goblins call it the umbral depths. Daphne's voice had dropped to just above a whisper. According to family records, it can only be accessed through specific passages known to the goblin elders and. She glanced at him significantly, certain old families with special blood ties to the goblin nation. Harry connected the dots immediately. The Blacks. Daphne nodded. Your inheritance includes more than just wealth and properties, Harry. The Blacks maintained ancient pacts with the Goblin Nation, pacts that grant access to knowledge and places most wizards don't even know exist. How do you know this? Harry asked, genuinely curious. A hint of a smile touched her lips. My mother was born Isabel Selwyn. The Selwyns and Blacks intermarried frequently over the centuries. Family histories get passed down, particularly information that might prove valuable in the right circumstances. They reached a small stone bench beneath a flowering tree, its white blossoms glowing softly in the moonlight. Daphne sat, gesturing for Harry to join her. If you approach Ragnarok directly about accessing the umbral depths, he'll be forced to deny you officially, it would violate too many goblin protocols. But if you invoke certain, specific phrases from the old compacts, it signals your awareness of your inherited rights. She hesitated. The problem is, I don't know the exact wording. That knowledge would be in the Black family grimoire. Harry frowned. I haven't found a family grimoire in the Black properties I've explored. It wouldn't be easily accessible, Daphne explained. Such books are typically hidden behind blood wards or concealment charms keyed to family magic. But as the recognized Lord Black, you should be able to summon it, if you know how. Another piece of his inheritance that no one had bothered to explain to him. Harry felt a familiar frustration rising but pushed it aside to focus on the immediate concern. How would I summon it? That's where it gets complicated, Daphne admitted. Each family has their own method. For the Greengrasses, it involves a ritual in our family's sacred grove. For the Blacks. She shrugged elegantly. I can only speculate. But given their reputation, blood magic would almost certainly be involved. Wonderful, Harry muttered. More dark rituals. Daphne arched an eyebrow. Not all blood magic is dark, Potter. That's a modern prejudice, largely promoted by those who feared the power old families could wield through ancient rites. Let me guess, Dumbledore among them? Among others, she confirmed. The Ministry's classification of many family magics as dark conveniently consolidated power in institutional hands rather than familial ones. It was yet another revelation that challenged Harry's understanding of the wizarding world. How much of what he'd been taught was genuinely meant to protect people, and how much was designed to maintain certain power structures? I'll need to find someone who knows the Black family rituals, he mused aloud. There's Andromeda Tonks, Daphne suggested. She was born a Black, even if she was later disowned. Or. She hesitated. Or. Harry prompted. Narcissa Malfoy was also born a Black. And unlike Andromeda, she was raised fully in the family traditions before her marriage. Harry grimaced at the thought of approaching Lucius Malfoy's wife for help. That seems problematic, given current circumstances. Perhaps, Daphne conceded. Though it's worth noting that Narcissa's primary loyalty has always been to family, not political causes. And you are now, technically, her head of house as Lord Black. The concept was still strange to Harry, that he now held authority over members of the Black family, including Narcissa and, by extension, Draco Malfoy. It was a complication he hadn't fully explored. I'll consider the options, he said finally. Thank you for sharing this information, Daphne. It could prove crucial. She studied him in the moonlight, her expression softening slightly. We're allies now, Harry. That means sharing resources, including knowledge. It was the first time she'd used his first name, the shift subtle but significant. Harry found himself noticing details he'd overlooked before, the way the moonlight caught in her dark blonde hair, the intelligence in her blue eyes, the quiet confidence in her posture. I'm beginning to appreciate the benefits of our alliance, he said with genuine warmth. A hint of color touched her cheeks. As am I. Though I admit, when my father first proposed aligning with House Potter Black, I had reservations. About the impulsive, rule-breaking Gryffindor who attracts trouble like a magnet? Harry suggested wryly. Daphne's laugh was unexpected and melodious. Something like that. But you've proven to be more complex than your public persona suggests. I could say the same about the Ice Queen of Slytherin, Harry returned with a smile. A useful reputation, she acknowledged. People rarely look beyond it to see anything else. Their loss, Harry said simply. The moment stretched between them, comfortable yet charged with unspoken potential. Finally, Daphne rose from the bench. We should return to the house. People will be leaving soon, and your absence would be noted. As they walked back in companionable silence, Harry found himself reflecting on how quickly his world had changed. A month ago, Daphne Greengrass had been a peripheral figure in his life, a Slytherin classmate he barely knew. Now she was a key ally, possibly becoming something more. It was just one of many transformations set in motion by his discovery at Gringotts. The question remained whether these changes would lead to the answers he sought, or to dangers he wasn't yet prepared to face. The Black family grimoire proved as elusive as Daphne had suggested. Harry spent 3 days searching Grimmauld Place methodically, from the dusty attic to the dank cellars, finding no trace of the ancestral book that supposedly contained the family's most guarded secrets and rituals. Kreacher, when questioned, grew uncharacteristically evasive. "The ancient and most noble house of Black protects its sacred knowledge," the old elf muttered. "Not for half-bloods to find, even if they wear the ring." It was the first sign of Kreacher's lingering resistance to Harry's authority, despite his improved behavior since Harry had promised to fulfill Regulus Black's final wish to destroy Slytherin's locket. "I am Lord Black," Harry reminded the elf firmly. "Recognized by magic and Gringotts. The grimoire is my rightful inheritance." Kreacher's gnarled hands twisted in his tea towel. "The grimoire reveals itself only to true Blacks who prove themselves worthy," he insisted. "Master must complete the trial of blood and shadow." "Trial of blood and shadow?" Harry repeated. "What is that, Kreacher?" But the elf merely shook his head, muttering about sacred traditions and family secrets, before disappearing with a crack. Frustrated, Harry realized he needed help from someone with direct knowledge of Black family traditions. Despite his reservations, Daphne's suggestion of Narcissa Malfoy kept returning to his mind. As a born Black who had been raised in the family traditions, she might hold the knowledge he needed. But approaching her presented significant complications. Her husband Lucius remained under ministry investigation for his Death Eater activities, and the Malfoy family stood politically opposed to Harry's alliance. Yet as Lord Black, he held a unique authority over Narcissa that transcended normal political boundaries. After careful consideration, Harry composed a formal letter, invoking his position as head of House Black to request a private meeting with Narcissa, notably excluding Lucius from the invitation. He specified neutral ground, a private room at Gringotts itself, and emphasized that the matter concerned Black family magic, not current political affairs. The response came the following morning, delivered by a magnificent eagle owl that regarded Harry with imperial disdain as it extended its leg. "Lord Black, your invocation of family authority is noted and respected. I will attend you at Gringotts tomorrow at the appointed hour, as requested. However, I feel compelled to remind my lord that family magic is sacred and bound by oaths deeper than political allegiances. Whatever differences exist between yourself and my husband, the preservation of Black family heritage remains a duty we both share. In service to the ancient and most noble house of Black, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black," the formal, careful phrasing told Harry volumes about Narcissa's position. She acknowledged his authority while subtly establishing boundaries, reminding him that family magic existed outside their current conflicts. It was skillfully done, and increased Harry's respect for her intelligence. The meeting was arranged for the following afternoon. Harry arrived early, dressed in formal robes bearing both the Potter and Black crests, his lordship rings prominently displayed. The private conference room Ragnarok had provided was elegantly appointed, with goblin-wrought silver fixtures and ancient tapestries depicting historical meetings between wizards and goblins. Narcissa arrived precisely on time, her entrance a study in pure-blood grace. Her pale blue robes were conservative yet unmistakably expensive, and she wore a single piece of jewelry, a silver pendant in the shape of the Black family crest. "Lady Malfoy," Harry greeted her formally, inclining his head the precise degree appropriate for a head of house addressing a family member of equal social standing. "Lord Black," she returned with a perfect curtsy. "You honor the family by embracing the old forms." Harry gestured to the seating arrangement, two comfortable chairs positioned to indicate conversation between equals, not interrogation or supplication. "Please, be comfortable. I appreciate your willingness to meet on such short notice." Narcissa settled elegantly into her chair, her posture perfect but not rigid. When the head of one's birth house calls, proper response is expected. Her blue eyes, so similar to her son's, yet lacking Draco's perpetual sneer, studied him with cautious assessment. "Though I confess curiosity about what Black family matter requires such urgency." I seek information about accessing the family grimoire, Harry stated directly, deciding that honesty would serve better than political maneuvering with someone so adept at the latter. If his directness surprised her, Narcissa didn't show it. The grimoire, she repeated thoughtfully. An unusual request. May I ask why you require it? I need certain knowledge that only the grimoire would contain, Harry replied, careful not to reveal too much. Specifically, information about the family's special relationship with Gringotts. Understanding dawned in Narcissa's eyes. Ah! The Umbral Compact. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though her immediate recognition of his objective surprised him. Yes. She studied him for a long moment, her gaze calculating but not hostile. The grimoire is not merely hidden, Lord Black. It must be called forth through the trial of blood and shadow, a ritual that tests the worthiness of the one who seeks it. So creature mentioned, Harry acknowledged. Though he was reluctant to explain the specifics. As he should be, Narcissa confirmed. House elves are bound by ancient magic not to reveal certain family secrets, even to recognized heads of house, until they have proven themselves through the appropriate trials. And you're not bound by similar restrictions? A hint of a smile touched Narcissa's lips. My oaths are to the family, not its secrets directly. As a daughter of the house, I can guide its lord toward fulfilling his duties, including completing the necessary trials. Then you'll help me? Harry asked, somewhat surprised by her apparent willingness. The preservation of black family magic transcends current politics, Narcissa stated, echoing her letter. Whatever differences exist between you and my husband, my duty to my birth house remains. Harry considered her carefully. And Lucius? Would he share your perspective on this matter? My husband understands that certain loyalties predate our marriage, she replied smoothly. The black family traditions have endured for centuries and will continue long after current conflicts are resolved. It was a diplomatic answer that revealed little about Lucius's actual position, but Harry decided not to press. He needed Narcissa's cooperation more than complete transparency about the Malfoy family dynamics. What does this trial involve? He asked instead. Narcissa folded her hands in her lap. The trial of blood and shadow requires the lord of the house to descend to the ancestral vault and commune with the family magic directly. It is, not without risk. What kind of risk? The family magic will test not just your blood claim, which the lordship ring already confirms, but your understanding of and commitment to the family's core principles. Her expression grew more serious. Those who attempt the trial without proper preparation have sometimes been rejected by the family magic. The consequences can be severe. Harry frowned. Severe how? In the most extreme cases, loss of magic, Narcissa stated bluntly. The black family does not tolerate pretenders or those who seek its power without embracing its essence. The warning was stark and believable. Family magic was one of the most ancient and poorly understood branches of wizardry, predating most modern magical theory and operating on principles sometimes at odds with contemporary understanding. What preparation would you recommend? Harry asked, recognizing that he needed her guidance, whatever his reservations about her allegiances. Narcissa seemed to approve of his pragmatic approach. 3 elements are essential. First, you must familiarize yourself with the black family history, not the sanitized version taught at Hogwarts, but our true lineage and achievements. Where would I find such information? The black family tapestry at Grimmauld Place is enchanted to reveal deeper histories to the current lord. Simply press your ring to the family crest at the tapestry's center while stating your intention to learn. Harry nodded, making a mental note. And the second element? You must carry an artifact of personal significance that belonged to a true black, one whose devotion to the family was unquestioned. Narcissa's gaze grew distant. Traditionally, this would be something belonging to your black parent or grandparent, but in your case. Serious, Harry supplied. Though his relationship with the family was complicated. Indeed. Narcissa's tone revealed nothing of her feelings about her disowned cousin. Nevertheless, as he named you his heir, an item of his would likely serve. The family magic recognizes intention as well as blood. And the third element? Here, Narcissa hesitated. The third requirement is the most challenging. You must enter the ancestral vault at midnight on the new moon, 3 nights from now, and perform the ritual of acknowledgement. Which entails a blood offering, freely given, while reciting the family oath. Seeing Harry's expression, she added, not dark magic, Lord Black, despite modern ministry classifications. A few drops only, given willingly to acknowledge your acceptance of the family's legacy, both its glories and its burdens. Harry considered her words carefully. Despite his instinctive wariness of blood magic, he recognized that family magics often operated according to older, different principles than what was taught at Hogwarts. And if accessing the grimoire was essential to understanding the Black family's connection to the umbral depths. Would you be willing to provide the exact wording of this ritual? He asked finally. Narcissa nodded once. I can inscribe it for you before I depart. But Lord Black. She leaned forward slightly, her expression more earnest than he'd ever seen from a Malfoy. This is not a ritual to be approached casually. The Black family magic is ancient and discerning. It will know your true intentions and judge accordingly. My intention is to fulfill my duties as Lord Black, Harry stated firmly. Including preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost. Something like approval flickered in Narcissa's eyes. A worthy aim. One that the family magic may find acceptable, depending on your deeper motivations. The conversation continued for another hour, with Narcissa providing detailed information about the ritual and the history of the Black family's relationship with Gringotts. Despite his lingering reservations about her ultimate loyalties, Harry found her knowledge invaluable and her manner surprisingly respectful. As their meeting concluded, Narcissa handed him a sealed parchment containing the ritual instructions. 3 nights from now, Lord Black. The new moon offers the optimal conditions for communing with family magic. Thank you for your assistance, Lady Malfoy, Harry said formally. The House of Black acknowledges your service. Narcissa inclined her head in acceptance of the traditional phrase. May the stars guide your path, Lord Black. She hesitated, then added in a slightly warmer tone, Sirius would be pleased to see the house in hands that question rather than blindly follow tradition. It was one of his few admirable qualities, in my opinion. Coming from Narcissa, this was high praise indeed for her disowned cousin. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the olive branch for what it was, a subtle indication that despite her marriage and political position, Narcissa Malfoy might prove a more complex ally than he had initially assumed. The 3 days before the new moon passed in a flurry of activity. Harry divided his time between studying the Black family history revealed by the enchanted tapestry, a disturbing but enlightening experience, selecting an item of Sirius's to use in the ritual. He chose his godfather's pocket knife, a personal item that had proven useful during the Triwizard Tournament, and continuing to coordinate with his allies regarding the audit. Hermione had thrown herself into researching the arbiters, though information was scarce and often contradictory. It's like trying to research the Illuminati, she complained during one of their strategy sessions at Grimmauld Place. Every source tells a different story about their origins and purpose. Focus on their modern incarnation, Harry suggested. Specifically, any connections to the Department of Mysteries or Dumbledore's earlier activities. Ron, meanwhile, had been leveraging his brother's various connections, Bill at Gringotts, Charlie's international contacts, and most surprisingly, Percy's inside knowledge of ministry operations. Despite their estrangement during Percy's loyal to Fudge phase, recent events had prompted a careful reconciliation with the family. Percy says there's been unusual activity in the Department of Mysteries, Ron reported. Special access granted to researchers who aren't regular unspeakables, odd hours, restricted areas being opened. Connected to our investigation, do you think? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. Percy can't get details, even as junior undersecretary, he's not cleared for Dom operations. But the timing seemed suspicious. On the morning of the new moon, Harry received an unexpected visitor at Grimmauld Place. Daphne Greengrass arrived unannounced, her expression unusually troubled as she stepped through the flue. "Potter," she greeted him, brushing ash from her emerald robes. "We need to talk." Harry led her to the library, where privacy could be assured. "What's happened?" "The audit team has been threatened," she said without preamble. "2 goblins were attacked last night while returning to Gringotts from Hogwarts. They're alive but injured, and the message was clear: back off or worse will follow." Harry's expression hardened. Dumbledore? Unlikely, not his style. This was cruder, more direct. Daphne paced the room, unusual agitation breaking through her typical composed demeanor. "My father believes it's a faction within the ministry itself, possibly connected to the Department of Mysteries. The Arbiters," Harry concluded grimly. "Precisely. They're growing desperate as the audit gets closer to exposing their operations." Daphne stopped pacing, facing him directly. "There's more. My family has received warnings as well, subtle threats suggesting our business interests could suffer if we continue supporting the audit." Anger flared in Harry's chest. "They're threatening your family?" "Nothing explicit enough to take to authorities," Daphne clarified. "Just enough to send a message." "Has your father considered withdrawing support?" Harry asked, watching her carefully. Daphne's chin lifted slightly, pride evident in her posture. "The Greengrass family doesn't bow to threats, Potter. If anything, this confirms we're on the right track." Relief and admiration mingled in Harry's response. "Good. Because I'm taking a significant step tonight that might give us the advantage." Briefly, he explained his meeting with Narcissa and the planned ritual to access the Black family grimoire. Daphne listened intently, her expression growing increasingly concerned. "The trial of blood and shadow is no minor undertaking," she said when he finished. "Family magics of that caliber can be unpredictable." "I'm aware of the risks," Harry assured her. "But if it grants access to the umbral depths and the Ghost Vault records, it could break the case open," Daphne acknowledged. "But still." She hesitated, seeming uncharacteristically uncertain. "What?" Harry prompted. "The Black family magic is notoriously aligned with certain principles. Principles that you, Harry Potter, haven't exactly embraced throughout your life." Harry understood her concern. The Black family was historically associated with blood purity, dark magic, and Slytherin values, all things he'd opposed in various ways. Sirius managed to remain Lord Black despite rejecting many family traditions. Sirius was born a Black, Daphne pointed out. The family magic would recognize his blood claim regardless of his personal choices. "Your connection is through inheritance, not birth. It makes your position more tenuous." It was a valid concern, one that had occurred to Harry as well. Yet something told him the ritual would succeed, perhaps because Sirius had specifically chosen him as heir, or perhaps because his own connection to the Black family through his grandmother Doria Potter, née Black, was stronger than many realized. "I have to try," he said simply. "If you have any guidance to offer, I'd welcome it." Daphne considered him for a long moment. "The family magics respond to certainty of purpose and identity. Don't approach the ritual apologetically or with reservations about the family's history. Acknowledge it fully, the darkness and the light, and present yourself as the rightful heir who will carry the legacy forward in your own way. Not rejecting the past, but not bound by it either," Harry summarized. "Precisely." She reached into her robes and withdrew a small silver vial. "This is an elixir of mental clarity, a Greengrass family recipe. It won't interfere with the ritual, but it will help you maintain focus during the process." Harry accepted the vial, touched by the gesture. "Thank you. Consider it an investment in our alliance," Daphne replied, though her tone lacked its usual coolness. "The magical compact we formed requires mutual support in ventures that advance our shared goals." "Is that the only reason?" Harry asked, holding her gaze. Something flickered in her blue eyes, vulnerability, quickly masked. What other reason would there be, Potter? Harry allowed a small smile. You tell me, Greengrass. A faint flush colored her cheeks. Don't be presumptuous. But there was no bite in her words. After a moment, she added more softly, just, be careful tonight. Family magic responds to blood and intent, but it can be literal in its interpretations. Choose your words precisely. I will, Harry promised. And Daphne? Tell your family to be vigilant. If they're making threats, they might not stop there. Her expression grew serious again. We've increased security at the manor and our business locations. My father has also quietly informed our allies about the threats, strength and unity. Good. Harry hesitated, then added, would you like to know the outcome of the ritual? Afterward? It was an offer of trust, sharing information about one family's sacred magic with another. Not something done lightly in pure blood circles. Daphne seemed to recognize the significance. I would. Perhaps you could call through the floor when it's complete. I'll do that, Harry agreed. After Daphne departed, Harry spent the remaining hours before midnight reviewing the ritual instructions and meditating to clear his mind, a skill he'd finally mastered after Sirius's death had demonstrated the catastrophic consequences of his failure at occlumency. At 11:30, he fled to Gringotts, where Ragnarok himself waited to escort him to the Black Ancestral Vault. The ancient goblin led Harry deep into the tunnels beneath London, far beyond the tourist-accessible areas, until they reached a black stone door carved with the Black family crest. This is where I must leave you, Lord Potterblack, Ragnarok stated formally. What occurs beyond this door is between you and your family's magic. I will return at dawn, regardless of the outcome. The ominous phrasing wasn't lost on Harry. Thank you, Director Ragnarok. As the goblin departed, Harry checked his watch, 11:55. Almost time. He removed Sirius's pocket knife from his robes, along with the ritual instructions and Daphne's elixir. After a moment's consideration, he downed the silver liquid, feeling immediate clarity spreading through his thoughts. At precisely midnight, Harry pressed his black lordship ring to the center of the family crest on the door. I, Harry James Potterblack, Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black, seek entry to the ancestral vault. The door recognized his authority, swinging open silently to reveal a chamber that defied expectations. Rather than the typical Gringotts vault filled with gold and treasures, the Black Ancestral Vault resembled an ancient temple. Black marble columns supported a domed ceiling enchanted to display the night sky as it appeared above, a moonless void filled with cold, distant stars. In the center of the circular room stood a raised dais, upon which rested a simple black pedestal. Harry entered cautiously, the door swinging shut behind him with an echoing finality. The only illumination came from the starlight above and a faint silvery glow emanating from the pedestal itself. Following Narcissa's instructions, Harry approached the dais and placed Sirius's pocket knife upon it. I bring an artifact of Sirius Orion Black, who named me his heir and successor. The knife glowed briefly before returning to normal, acceptance of the offering. Harry then withdrew a small silver dagger provided by Narcissa specifically for the ritual. Taking a deep breath, he made a small cut across his palm and allowed several drops of blood to fall upon the pedestal. Blood of my blood, shadow of my shadow, he recited from memory. I acknowledge the ancient and most noble House of Black in all its glory and burden. I claim its legacy not as birthright but as chosen heir, bound by magic and oath to preserve its essence while guiding its future. The drops of blood on the pedestal began to glow with an eerie black light, not absorbing illumination but somehow radiating darkness. Harry continued the ritual, his voice steady despite the increasingly strange sensations surrounding him. I stand before the family magic neither to reject the past nor to be enslaved by it. I am Harry James Potterblack, and I seek the wisdom of my house to fulfill my duties as its lord. The darkness from the blood expanded, enveloping Harry in a cocoon of shadow that blocked out even the starlight above. Within this void, he felt a presence, ancient, powerful, and evaluating. The Black family magic was conscious in a way he hadn't anticipated, with a distinct personality shaped by centuries of practitioners. Why should the House of Black accept one not born to our name? The question came not as words but as a concept impressed directly into his mind. Because magic itself has recognized my claim through the lordship ring, Harry answered aloud. And because Sirius Black, last of the direct male line, named me his heir by blood and by choice. The blood of Potter runs stronger in your veins than that of Black, the presence noted. The Potters have long stood opposed to many of our values. I am both Potter and Black, Harry stated firmly. I honor both legacies while forging my own path. The strength of each house flows through me, the courage of Potter, the cunning of Black. The presence seemed to consider this. What would you do with the power and knowledge of House Black? Preserve it, Harry replied honestly. Not all traditions deserve to continue, but the wisdom and magic of the house should not be lost. I would learn from the past without being bound by its mistakes. And what of the family's dedication to purity? The question held no judgment, merely assessment. I believe in the purity of magic itself, Harry answered carefully. Not in the narrowness of blood status. Magic chooses its vessels by its own criteria, a truth your ancestors understood before politics clouded their judgment. This seemed to surprise the presence. You know more of our original beliefs than expected. The tapestry revealed much, Harry acknowledged. Including that the earliest Black celebrated magical power and innovation above all else, blood purism came later, a corruption of the original philosophy. A sense of approval emanated from the presence. You have studied well. Yet one question remains, what is your true purpose in seeking the grimoire? Harry considered his answer carefully, aware that the family magic would detect any dishonesty. I seek knowledge about the umbral compact between House Black and the Goblin Nation, to access records hidden from ordinary wizards. My immediate goal is to expose financial corruption and manipulation that has affected both my houses. My larger purpose is to bring accountability to those who have abused power while claiming to serve the greater good. Silence followed his declaration. The darkness surrounding Harry seemed to pulse and evaluate, probing his intentions at a level deeper than conscious thought. Finally, the presence spoke again. Your purpose, while not aligned with traditional Black ambitions, shows integrity and strength of will. You seek not personal gain but justice, a concept the House of Black has always respected, though our definition has differed from others. The darkness began to recede, coalescing into a physical form on the pedestal, a large, ancient tome bound in black dragon hide with silver clasps in the shape of ravens. The Black Family Grimoire. Approach, Lord Black, and claim your inheritance. The grimoire accepts you as worthy, not despite your differences from past lords, but because of the strength with which you hold to your convictions. The House of Black has always valued power and determination above all else, you have demonstrated both. The cocoon of shadow dissipated completely, leaving Harry standing before the pedestal where the grimoire now rested. His cut palm had healed, leaving a thin silver scar in the shape of the Black family motto, Toujours per. With reverent care, Harry lifted the grimoire from the pedestal. The moment his hands touched the ancient leather, knowledge flooded his mind, not the entire contents of the book, but an understanding of how to access what he sought within its pages. The family magic had granted him not just possession of the grimoire but the ability to use it effectively. I thank the House of Black for its acceptance, Harry stated formally, completing the ritual. I will honor the responsibility entrusted to me. A final pulse of magic swept through the chamber, sealing the covenant between Harry and the family's ancestral power. The ritual was complete, and the trial of blood and shadow passed successfully. With the grimoire securely in his possession, Harry sat cross-legged on the dais to search for information about the umbral compact. The book seemed to respond to his thoughts, pages turning of their own accord until they revealed the section he needed. The umbral compact, he discovered, dated back to the early 13th century, when Ophiuchus Black had saved the life of the Goblin King during the Second Goblin Rebellion. In gratitude, the goblins had granted House Black unique privileges within Gringotts, including access to the umbral depths, a hidden section of the bank where secrets and treasures too valuable or dangerous for ordinary vaults were kept. Most significantly, the compact included specific phrases and gestures that would grant a Lord Black entry to this forbidden area without requiring goblin approval, a nearly unprecedented privilege that had been carefully guarded by the family for centuries. Harry studied the instructions carefully, committing the key phrases to memory. According to the grimoire, he would need to approach the obsidian door, located 3 levels below the standard vaults, and recite the entrance invocation while pressing his lordship ring to a specific point on the door frame. By the time Ragnarok returned at dawn, Harry had absorbed everything the grimoire offered about the umbral compact and returned the book to the pedestal, where it would remain protected until he summoned it again. The visible change in his appearance, the silver scar on his palm and a new confidence in his bearing, told the goblin director that the ritual had been successful. "The House of Black has accepted you fully," Ragnarok observed, not bothering to hide his surprise. "Few half-bloods have ever passed the trial of blood and shadow. The family magic judged me by my own merits, not by others' expectations," Harry replied simply. "Director Ragnarok, I require access to the obsidian door." The goblin's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication of his shock at Harry's knowledge of the secret entrance. "That area is restricted, Lord Potterblack, even to those of your station." "I am aware," Harry said calmly. "Nevertheless, by right of the umbral compact between House Black and the Goblin Nation, I claim passage to the depths." Ragnarok's expression remained carefully neutral, though Harry could sense the internal conflict his request had created. "You speak of matters not mentioned in centuries, Lord Potterblack." "Yet still binding," Harry countered. "Unless the Goblin Nation no longer honors its ancient oaths." It was a calculated challenge, one that played to Goblin cultural values regarding the sanctity of agreements. Ragnarok studied Harry for a long moment before inclining his head slightly. "The obsidian door recognizes its own," he said finally. "I will escort you to its threshold. What occurs beyond is between you and the magic that guards it." The journey deeper into Gringotts took them through increasingly ancient passageways, eventually reaching a corridor carved from raw stone that appeared to predate the bank itself. At its end stood a door of perfect black obsidian, its surface unmarked by any visible handle or keyhole. "This is where I must remain," Ragnarok stated. "If you truly know the words of the compact, you will find your way. If not..." He left the consequence unspoken. Harry approached the door, searching its frame for the marker described in the grimoire, a tiny etching of a raven with stars for eyes. Finding it near the upper right corner, he pressed his black lordship ring against it while reciting in ancient gobbledygook, "By blood and shadow, by oath and stone, I invoke the compact of Ophiuchus. May the depths reveal their secrets to the Raven Lord." For a moment nothing happened. Then, silently, the obsidian surface rippled like black water, transforming from solid stone to a shimmering vertical pool. Through it, Harry could see a corridor beyond, one illuminated by an eerie blue light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Without hesitation, Harry stepped through the liquid stone barrier, feeling a brief resistance before emerging on the other side. The obsidian door solidified behind him, cutting off his return path. The umbral depths were unlike any part of Gringotts Harry had seen before. The architecture was a strange blend of goblin craftsmanship and something older, with walls covered in glyphs from a language Harry didn't recognize. The blue illumination came from crystalline formations embedded in the ceiling, casting everything in an otherworldly glow. Following the instructions from the grimoire, Harry made his way through a labyrinthine series of passages, eventually reaching a circular chamber with numerous black doors arranged around its perimeter. Each door bore a simple silver number, not vault numbers as used in the upper levels of Gringotts, but some other classification system. Harry approached the central pedestal in the room, where a large tome bound in what appeared to be goblin silver rested. The Registry of Shadows, according to the grimoire, contained records of all transactions involving the ghost vaults hidden in this section. When Harry touched the book, it recognized his black family magic and opened to reveal its contents. The pages were filled with precise goblin record-keeping, dates, vault designations, and transaction amounts, but notably, no names. Ghost vaults operated on complete anonymity, with only account numbers identifying the owners. Harry focused his search on the past 20 years, looking for patterns that might match what Amelia had described, regular transfers from Hogwarts accounts and the Potter Vault to a single destination. After nearly an hour of careful investigation, a pattern emerged. Ghost Vault 13 had received regular deposits from multiple sources, including accounts Harry recognized as his family vault number and what appeared to be Hogwarts operational accounts. Most tellingly, this same vault showed regular transfers from an account designated only as DUMP, Department of Mysteries, Prophecy Division, Harry guessed. What truly confirmed his suspicions was a notation beside one particularly large transfer, Project Arbiter, Phase 3. The Arbiters were real, and their funding flowed through this Ghost Vault. Unlike standard Gringotts records, the Ghost Vault registry included withdrawal information as well, where the money went after leaving the intermediary account. These transactions painted a disturbing picture: funding for research facilities in remote locations, payments to individuals identified only by code names, and most concerning, regular transfers to accounts belonging to several prominent Withdrawals members. Harry carefully copied the relevant information into a small notebook he brought for this purpose. The evidence was damning, not just of financial misappropriation, but of what appeared to be a systematic effort to influence key political figures while funding some kind of research operation related to prophecies. As he prepared to leave, Harry's attention was caught by one final entry, a recent withdrawal from Ghost Vault 13 with a notation that made his blood run cold: Potter Containment Protocol. The amount was substantial, and the date corresponded to the day after the board had approved the audit. Someone was spending money specifically to counter Harry's investigation, money that included funds from his own inheritance. The implications were clear and disturbing. This wasn't just about Dumbledore funding the order from Harry's vault. It was about a coordinated effort involving multiple influential figures, with the Department of Mysteries playing a central role, using misappropriated funds to manipulate Wizarding Britain's future while ensuring their activities remained hidden. And now they were taking direct action against Harry himself. With the evidence secured, Harry made his way back through the labyrinthine passages to the obsidian door. The grimoire had explained that exit required a different invocation, one that acknowledged the secrets obtained and pledged discretion in their use. "What shadows have revealed remains in shadow," he recited in gobbledygook while pressing his ring to the solid obsidian. "The Raven Lord departs with wisdom, not plunder." The door liquefied once more, allowing Harry to step back through to the regular Gringotts tunnels where Ragnarok waited, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts about Harry's successful access to the forbidden area. "You have found what you sought, Lord Potterblack?" the goblin asked neutrally. "I have," Harry confirmed. "And I believe the Goblin Nation would be most interested in some of what I discovered, particularly regarding the creation of unauthorized ghost vaults that operate outside your normal oversight." Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "Such violations would be concerning to the Directors' Council." "I thought they might be," Harry agreed. "Perhaps we could discuss mutual interests in my office upon our return." By the time Harry emerged from Gringotts into the early morning sunlight, he had secured a powerful new ally. The goblins, upon learning of the unauthorized manipulation of their banking systems, had agreed to provide comprehensive documentation of all transactions involving the suspect accounts, documentation that would be admissible in both the Withdrawals and, if necessary, the International Confederation of Wizards. The audit had just become much more dangerous, and much more potent. Harry's fluke call to Daphne later that morning was necessarily brief and circumspect. Magical fireplaces weren't secure for sensitive communications, but he managed to convey that the ritual had been successful and he'd obtained crucial information. "We need to meet," he told her. "All the key allies, as soon as possible." "My father has already called a gathering for this evening," Daphne replied. "In response to the threats. Your timing is impeccable." "I'll be there." Harry hesitated, then added, "Thank you for the elixir. It proved extremely useful." A small smile curved Daphne's lips. Slytherins do occasionally have good ideas, Potter. So I'm learning, Greengrass. Before the meeting, Harry needed rest and time to organize his findings. The trial of blood and shadow had been magically draining, and his subsequent exploration of the umbral depths had taxed him further. He spent the afternoon sleeping and then carefully arranging the evidence he'd gathered into a coherent presentation for the Alliance. When he arrived at Greengrass Manor that evening, he found the atmosphere tense. Security had been visibly increased, with what appeared to be professional magical guards stationed discreetly around the property. Inside, the gathering was smaller than the previous meeting, limited to the core Alliance members who had formed the magical compact. The situation has escalated, Cygnus Greengrass explained once they had assembled in the council room. Augusta's home was broken into last night, though nothing appears to have been taken. Amelia has been followed by unknown individuals for the past 3 days. And my family's primary agricultural export license has been suspended pending a routine review. They're moving against us directly now, Augusta observed grimly. No longer content with bureaucratic maneuvering. Which suggests we're getting closer to something they desperately want to keep hidden, Amelia added. The question is, what? All eyes turned to Harry, who stood to address the group. I believe I can answer that question. He placed his notebook on the table. Last night, I accessed records that confirm our suspicions and reveal something much larger than we initially imagined. Briefly, he explained his journey to the umbral depths, omitting specific details about the Black family ritual that had granted him access, and what he discovered about Ghost Vault 13 and its connections to both Hogwarts and the Department of Mysteries. The Arbiters aren't just Dumbledore's secret research group, he concluded. They appear to be a long-established organization with tentacles throughout wizarding government, using misappropriated funds to influence policy and conduct some kind of research related to prophecies. And now they're actively working to silence us, Cygnus noted, his expression hardening as he reviewed the evidence Harry had provided. The Potter containment protocol leaves little room for interpretation. What exactly are they researching? Neville asked, looking troubled. What could be worth all this risk and effort? Hermione, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the presentation, finally spoke up. I think I've found a partial answer to that. She pulled several ancient-looking parchments from her bag. These are copies of documents from the Black Library, references to something called the Grand Convergence. I've heard that term, Augusta said sharply. In the Wizarding's most restricted archives. It refers to a prophetic cycle, something about multiple prophecies aligning to create a singular outcome. Hermione nodded. According to these sources, magical theorists have identified certain moments in history when multiple significant prophecies intersect, creating nexus points where reality itself becomes more malleable. Malleable how? Harry pressed. The future becomes more definitively shaped by choices made at these convergence points, Hermione explained. Instead of multiple possible timelines branching out, the convergence forces reality toward one primary outcome. In essence, whoever controls these moments has disproportionate influence over the future. The implications were staggering. And they believe such a convergence is approaching? Amelia asked. Not just approaching, Hermione corrected grimly. They believe it's actively unfolding. According to my research, the prophecy about Harry and Voldemort was just one of several significant predictions centered around this time period. Which explains Dumbledore's obsession with controlling all aspects of my life, Harry concluded, pieces falling into place. He wasn't just preparing me to face Voldemort, he was positioning me as a pawn in this larger prophetic convergence. And now that Voldemort is defeated, they're concerned about losing control of you, Daphne observed from beside her father. Your financial discovery threatens their entire operation. Not just financially, Harry added. If what we've uncovered becomes public, their influence over the Wizengamot, bought with misappropriated funds, would collapse. Their ability to manipulate future events would be severely compromised. Which makes us all targets, Cygnus concluded. They can't allow this information to spread. The group fell silent, considering the magnitude of what they were facing. This was no longer simply about financial impropriety at Hogwarts. They had stumbled onto a conspiracy to manipulate the very future of Wizarding Britain, orchestrated by some of its most powerful figures. "We need to take this to the Wizengamot immediately," Augusta declared. "With the evidence Harry has gathered, we'd be blocked at every turn," Amelia interrupted. "Based on these financial records, at least 7 Wizengamot members are receiving regular payments from Ghost Vault 13. They'd ensure any formal inquiry was shut down before it began." "Then we need leverage," Cygnus suggested. "Something that forces their hand." Harry had been considering this problem since his discovery in the Umbral Depths. "I believe I know where to find it," he said slowly. "The financial records point to a research facility, somewhere in northern Scotland, based on the regular supply shipments. If we could access that facility, we might find physical evidence of their operations," Daphne finished. "Something too concrete to be dismissed or buried through political machinations." "Precisely." Harry nodded to her. "But infiltrating such a facility would be extremely dangerous, especially if it's connected to the Department of Mysteries. Not to mention potentially illegal," Amelia pointed out, though without much conviction. "Though given the circumstances." "I'll go," Harry stated firmly. "As Lord Potterblack, I have legal standing to investigate the misuse of my family funds. If the facility is being funded partly through my inheritance, I have a right to inspect it." "Not alone," Neville declared immediately. "The compact we formed binds us to mutual support. House Longbottom stands with you." "As does House Greengrass," Daphne added, earning a sharp look from her father before he nodded in agreement. "This is a mission for the younger generation," Augusta observed. "Those of us in more public positions must maintain plausible deniability while providing support from a distance." After further discussion, a plan took shape. Harry, Neville, Daphne, and Hermione, who flatly refused to be excluded, would travel to Scotland to locate and infiltrate the research facility. Ron would coordinate from Grimmauld Place, maintaining communication through enchanted mirrors and ready to alert the adult allies if trouble arose. The elder members of the Alliance would focus on preparing the political groundwork for whatever evidence might be discovered, ensuring that when the time came to present their findings, the necessary support would be in place. "We leave tomorrow night," Harry decided. "The financial records show a supply delivery scheduled for the following morning. The facility's security might be focused on preparation rather than perimeter monitoring." As the meeting concluded and members began to depart, Daphne approached Harry privately. "A word, Potter." He followed her into a small study adjacent to the council room, curious about her serious expression. "What you're planning is exceptionally dangerous," she said without preamble once the door was closed. "The Arbiters have existed for centuries, operating in shadows deeper than most can imagine. They won't hesitate to eliminate threats to their work." "I'm aware of the risks," Harry replied. "But we need concrete evidence." Daphne studied him for a long moment. "There's something I haven't shared with the larger group. Something my family knows about these research facilities." Harry waited, giving her space to continue. "During the First Wizarding War, my grandfather was approached about providing land for a special research initiative connected to the Department of Mysteries. He declined, but not before learning certain details about their operations." Daphne's expression grew troubled. "What they're studying isn't just prophecy in the abstract, Potter. They're attempting to manipulate reality itself through what they call destiny engineering, actively creating circumstances that force prophetic fulfillment in specific directions." "How would that even work?" Harry asked, disturbed by the concept. "By placing key individuals in precisely calculated scenarios that narrow their choices to those that align with desired outcomes." Daphne's gaze was intent. "Think about your own life, Harry. The seemingly random challenges and trials that have shaped you into exactly the person capable of defeating Voldemort in exactly the way you did." The implications made Harry's blood run cold. "You're suggesting none of it was chance?" "The Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets, the tournament, all deliberately engineered. Not every detail, perhaps, but the broad strokes. The key decision points. Daphne shrugged slightly. My grandfather believed they had developed methods to identify critical moments in a prophecy subject's timeline and subtly influence the circumstances surrounding those moments. Harry thought of Dumbledore's convenient absences during crucial events, the tests that seemed designed specifically for his particular skills and weaknesses, the way information had been parceled out in carefully measured doses throughout his Hogwarts years. That would explain a lot, he admitted quietly. But why tell me this now, in private? Because the facility we're planning to infiltrate likely contains records of these manipulations, including those involving you personally. Daphne's expression softened slightly. You should be prepared for what we might find. The truth about how much of your life has been orchestrated could be difficult to accept. The warning was delivered with unexpected compassion, a glimpse of the person beneath Daphne's carefully maintained exterior. Harry found himself grateful for her foresight and honesty. Thank you, he said simply. I appreciate the warning. Daphne nodded, seeming satisfied that her message had been received. One more thing, Potter. Whatever we discover tomorrow, remember that while circumstances can be manipulated, choices remain our own. That's the fundamental flaw in their approach to destiny engineering. They can create the scenario, but they can't control how we respond to it. The insight struck Harry as profoundly important, a reminder that despite all the manipulation he'd endured, his core decisions had been his own. He'd chosen courage over fear, friendship over isolation, sacrifice over self-preservation. Surprisingly philosophical for a Slytherin, he teased gently, trying to lighten the moment. A hint of a smile touched her lips. We're not all plotting world domination in the dungeons, you know. Some of us read. As they rejoined the others, Harry found himself re-evaluating Daphne Greengrass yet again. Behind the Ice Queen facade lay a perceptive, thoughtful individual whose perspective complemented his own in unexpected ways. Their alliance, initially political, was evolving into something more complex and potentially more valuable, a genuine partnership based on mutual respect and shared purpose. Tomorrow they would face unknown dangers together. Tonight, Harry was simply grateful to have her insight as he prepared for whatever revelations awaited at the Arbiter's secret facility. The coordinates extracted from the financial records led to a remote location in the Scottish Highlands, a seemingly abandoned estate nestled in a valley between steep, mist-shrouded mountains. From their vantage point on a neighboring ridge, Harry and his companions observed the property through omnioculars as twilight deepened into night. No visible guards, Neville reported, scanning the perimeter carefully. But those shimmer patterns in the air, wards, and powerful ones. Hermione nodded in agreement. Multiple layers, from what I can detect. Anti-muggle, anti-apparition, perception filters, alarm triggers, professional work. Can we breach them? Harry asked. Not conventionally, Daphne replied, lowering her own omnioculars. But there's a supply road leading to that northern gate. If the wards are calibrated to admit authorized deliveries, they'd have a protocol for validating and admitting vehicles or personnel, Hermione concluded. A weakness we might exploit. Their plan took shape quickly. According to the financial records, a supply delivery was scheduled for early morning, likely potions, ingredients and research materials based on previous shipments. If they could intercept the delivery team and take their place. Polyjuice? Neville suggested. Hermione shook her head. Too risky without knowing exactly who we're impersonating. But a combination of disillusionment charms and concealment in the delivery itself might work. The cargo area would be checked, Daphne pointed out. But the undercarriage of a magical transport wagon might not be thoroughly examined, Harry finished. Especially during a routine delivery. They made their way carefully down the ridge, approaching the road where deliveries would arrive. After scouting the area thoroughly, they identified an ideal ambush point, a sharp bend where the road passed through a small copse of trees, providing both cover and a natural choke point. The wait was tense but uneventful. Shortly after dawn, they heard the distinctive rumble of a magical transport wagon approaching, a vehicle similar to the night bus, but designed for cargo rather than passengers. "Remember," Harry whispered to his companions, "minimal force. We just need to delay them, not harm them." The ambush went perfectly. A strategically placed trip jinx from Hermione caused the wagon to lurch to a stop, while Neville's precisely aimed sleeping charm caught the driver through the open window. Daphne disabled the assistant with a subtle body bind before he could draw his wand, and Harry secured both men comfortably but thoroughly. "They'll wake in about 3 hours with no memory of the last 15 minutes, Hermione reported after casting the necessary charms. "That should give us enough time." With the delivery team safely out of the way, they examined the wagon and its cargo, crates of potion ingredients, specialized equipment, and several sealed document cases marked with the Department of Mysteries symbol. "Jackpot," Harry murmured, though they decided to leave the cases sealed until they were inside the facility. Tampering might trigger detection spells. Attaching themselves to the undercarriage of the wagon with specialized sticking charms developed by the twins for their joke shop, the 4 disillusioned companions prepared for the most dangerous part of their plan, breaching the facility's defenses by literally hitching a ride through the security wards. Harry used a simple charm to animate the wagon, guiding it back onto the road and toward the facility at a steady pace that wouldn't arouse suspicion. As they approached the perimeter wards, all 4 felt the distinctive tingling sensation of powerful magic washing over them, searching, evaluating, potentially alerting. For a breathless moment, Harry feared their concealment wouldn't hold. Then the tingling subsided, and the wagon continued forward unopposed. The wards had recognized the vehicle and its authorized cargo, ignoring the stowaways clinging beneath. The northern gate opened automatically as they approached, admitting them to a courtyard surrounded by what appeared to be a large, ancient manor house. Its stone walls were weathered by centuries of highland storms, but the windows glowed with the unmistakable light of magical activity within. Waiting until the wagon came to a complete stop near a loading area, the 4 detached themselves from the undercarriage and slipped away to a shadowed alcove near the main building. Their disillusionment charms would hold for another hour at most, they needed to move quickly. "Where to first?" Neville whispered. "Records," Daphne suggested. "Administration areas are typically on lower floors, away from active research spaces." Harry nodded in agreement. "We split into pairs. Neville and Hermione, take the east wing. Daphne and I will go west. Look for anything connecting the Arbiters to the Department of Mysteries or Dumbledore. And financial records," Hermione added. "We need concrete evidence of the misappropriation." 1 hour, Harry instructed. "Then we meet back here, regardless of what we've found. If either pair doesn't return on time, the others leave and alert the Alliance," Daphne finished firmly. "The evidence matters more than any individual." With that sobering thought, they separated. Harry and Daphne made their way cautiously through the western wing of the manor, finding it largely deserted at this early hour. What few staff they encountered were focused on their own tasks, making it relatively easy to avoid detection as they searched for administrative areas. "There," Daphne whispered, pointing to a door marked Archives at the end of a quiet corridor. "That's promising." The door was locked, but yielded to a quiet "Alohomra" from Harry, suggesting either overconfidence in the facility's outer defenses or a lack of truly sensitive materials within. Inside, they found a well-organized records room with filing cabinets lining the walls and a central table for reviewing documents. "Start with financial records," Harry suggested as they began carefully examining the files. "Anything connecting to Hogwarts or the Potter Vault." They worked in efficient silence, both trained by their respective experiences to search methodically without leaving evidence of their presence. After several minutes, Daphne made a small sound of triumph. "Here," she whispered, holding up a folder labeled "Funding Sources, Confidential." Inside were detailed records of transfers from multiple accounts, including the Potter family vault and several Hogwarts accounts, to Ghost Vault 13, and from there to the research facility. "This confirms the misappropriation," she noted as Harry examined the documents. But we need more, something that explains what they're doing with the money. Harry moved to a different section of cabinets, these marked with the Department of Mysteries symbol. Most were locked with magical seals beyond their ability to break quickly, but one drawer, labeled Convergence Subjects, opened to his touch. "That's odd," he murmured. "Why would this be accessible when the others are sealed?" "Unless it's meant to be," Daphne replied, frowning. "Be careful, Potter." Inside the drawer were a series of files, each bearing a name. Many were unfamiliar to Harry, but several stood out immediately: Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, Ronald Weasley. With a sense of foreboding, Harry opened his own file. Inside was a detailed dossier on his entire life, not just the broad outlines that might be expected in a ministry record, but intimate details of his time at the Dursleys, his friendships, his romantic interests, his deepest fears and motivations. Interspersed with these personal details were clinical assessments of his developmental progress and convergence alignment. One page in particular caught his attention, a report dated just after the Triwizard Tournament, with a heading that made his blood run cold: Subject Potter's Crucible Event Analysis. The subject's exposure to enforced participation in the tournament, culminating in the ritual confrontation with Subject Riddle, has accelerated his psychological development along the primary convergence trajectory. His responses to the orchestrated challenges, particularly the moral choices presented during the second task, indicate proper alignment with Prophecy Framework Alpha. Recommendation: proceed with Phase 4 isolation protocols during summer period to reinforce dependency patterns and ensure maximum impact of subsequent revelation events. The clinical detachment with which his suffering had been analyzed and deliberately prolonged made Harry physically ill. This wasn't just observation, it was active manipulation, the engineering of traumatic experiences specifically designed to shape him into whatever the Arbiters believed the prophecy required. "Harry," Daphne's voice pulled him back from the horror of what he was reading. "There's more. Look at this." She handed him another document, this one a project summary for something called Operation Phoenix Rebirth. The details were chilling: a comprehensive plan to maintain control over Harry following Voldemort's defeat, including financial dependency, achieved by keeping him ignorant of his full inheritance, social isolation from potential independent influences, and most disturbing, a contingency called Memory Reconstruction Protocol, if he began questioning Dumbledore's authority. "They were planning to obliviate me," Harry realized, the words bitter on his tongue. "If I became too independent or asked too many questions, they would simply reset me." Daphne's expression was a mixture of horror and cold fury. "This goes beyond manipulation, Potter. There aren't even words for this level of violation." Harry forced himself to focus, pushing aside the personal betrayal to concentrate on the evidence they needed. "We have to find the connection to Dumbledore. Something that proves his direct involvement." They continued searching, eventually discovering a locked cabinet that resisted their initial attempts at magical unlocking. After several failed approaches, Harry had an inspiration. "These files are about me," he reasoned. "Created by people studying every aspect of my life and magic. What if?" He pressed his hand to the lock, focusing on his magical signature, the unique pattern that identified him as Harry Potter. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the cabinet unlocked. "Keyed to your magical signature," Daphne observed. "They wanted these records accessible to researchers studying you, without needing to share the unlocking spell." Inside was a treasure trove of evidence, correspondence between Dumbledore and various Department of Mysteries officials, detailed plans for Harry's development pathway, and most damning of all, minutes from meetings of the Arbiters' Inner Council, with Dumbledore clearly identified as the Archon, their leader. One document in particular stood out, a letter from Dumbledore to an unspeakable named Croaker, dated shortly after Harry's parents' deaths. "The convergence requires the boy be malleable, Algernon. The Dursley placement will ensure the necessary psychological foundation. A child starved for affection is far more easily shaped than one raised with confidence and security." As for the financial arrangements, the sealing of the will gives us full access to the Potter resources needed for our work, while ensuring the boy remains ignorant of his true heritage until we deem him ready. The greater good demands these measures, harsh though they may appear to those without our perspective. When the final convergence arrives, he must be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. Anything less risks the entire timeline we've worked to secure. Harry stared at the letter, emotions warring within him, rage, betrayal, grief. His entire life, the suffering at the Dursleys, the constant dangers at Hogwarts, even his friendships, had been engineered as part of some grand prophetic scheme. "We have what we need," Daphne said quietly, touching his arm. "This proves everything, the financial misappropriation, Dumbledore's involvement, the manipulation of your life. It's enough." Harry nodded mechanically, forcing himself to focus on their mission rather than the devastating personal implications of what they discovered. "We should find Neville and Hermione. Our hour is almost up." As they carefully replaced the files they'd examined, keeping only copies they'd magically duplicated, Harry noticed one final folder, this one labeled, Convergence Failsafes. Something compelled him to open it, despite Daphne's warning that they needed to leave. Inside was a single document, a contingency plan in case Harry ever discovered the truth and couldn't be contained through memory modification. The details were clinical but unmistakable. If Harry Potter became a threat to the convergence, he was to be eliminated, with his death engineered to appear heroic, a final sacrifice that would cement his legacy while removing the threat he posed. "They'd kill me," he said flatly, showing Daphne the document. "If this audit had gone any further without us discovering this facility." "Then we found it just in time," she replied, her voice tight with controlled anger. "And now we have the evidence to destroy them instead." They made their way back to the rendezvous point, finding Neville and Hermione already waiting, both looking shaken but triumphant. "We found financial records," Hermione whispered urgently. "Direct transfers from Hogwarts accounts and the Department of Mysteries to fund something called Convergence Research. And Harry, there are files on all of us, detailed observations, psychological profiles." "We know," Harry cut her off grimly. "We found similar records, plus direct evidence of Dumbledore's involvement as leader of the Arbiters. It's worse than we imagined, but we have what we need." "Then let's get out of here," Neville urged. "Security will be changing shifts soon. We noticed the pattern while watching the East Wing." They made their way back to the loading area, where the supply wagon remained unattended. Their plan was to hide beneath it again until it left the facility, hopefully before the missing delivery team was discovered. They had almost reached the wagon when an alarm suddenly blared throughout the compound. "Intruder alert," a magnified voice announced. "Security breach in Archives Section West. All personnel to containment positions." This is not a drill. They must have detection charms on the documents, Daphne realized. Our duplications triggered them. "Run!" Harry ordered as doors throughout the facility began opening, staff emerging with wands drawn. "Split up, rendezvous at the ridge." The carefully planned infiltration dissolved into chaos. Harry and his companions scattered, each using their own strengths to evade the rapidly assembling security forces. Hermione cast complex illusions to confuse pursuers, while Neville employed his knowledge of herbology to animate the decorative plants around the courtyard, creating obstacles for their enemies. Daphne moved with the fluid grace of one trained in dueling, her spells precise and effective without being lethal. Harry found himself fighting back-to-back with her as they made their way toward the perimeter, the training from Dumbledore's army serving him well despite the bitter irony of using skills taught by one of his manipulators. "The wards!" Hermione shouted from nearby. "They've locked down completely, we can't get out the way we came in." "The supply tunnel." Daphne called back, pointing to a service entrance where the wagon had apparently been unloaded. Delivery routes usually have simplified ward structures. Fighting their way across the courtyard, the four reunited at the tunnel entrance. Neville took the lead, his powerful defensive spells creating a moving shield that allowed them to advance despite the increasing number of security personnel converging on their position. The tunnel was narrow and dimly lit, clearly designed for moving supplies rather than people. As they ran, Harry felt the distinctive pressure of wards ahead, not as complex as the main perimeter defenses, but still formidable. "I can break through," Hermione declared, already beginning a complex wand movement. "But I'll need time, and it will alert every security system they have." "We'll give you time," Harry assured her, turning back with Neville and Daphne to face their pursuers. What followed was the most intense combat Harry had experienced since the Department of Mysteries. The Arbiter's security forces were well trained and coordinated, using sophisticated spell combinations designed to capture rather than kill. They still wanted Harry alive, he realized grimly. Daphne fought with cold precision, her spells chained together in sequences Harry had never seen before, clearly part of private training beyond Hogwarts curriculum. Neville was a bulwark of defensive power, his shield charms absorbing punishment that would have overwhelmed most adult wizards. Harry himself fell into the familiar rhythm of combat, his reflexes honed by years of genuine life-or-death situations, ironically, the very experiences the Arbiters had engineered to prepare him for their purposes. Now he turned those skills against them, not with lethal intent but with the determined focus of someone fighting for truth rather than deception. Behind them, Hermione worked feverishly on the wards, her incantations growing more intense as she identified and systematically dismantled the magical barriers. "Almost, there." She grunted between complex phrases of Latin and what sounded like ancient Greek. A sudden surge of magic announced her success, the wards collapsed with a sound like shattering glass. "Now," she shouted. "Run!" Harry turned to follow his friends through the now open tunnel exit, but a sudden blast of magic caught him from behind, sending him sprawling. Looking up dazedly, he found himself facing a figure he recognized from the Arbiter's documents, Algernon Croaker, head unspeakable of the Department of Mysteries. "Enough, Mr. Potter," the man said, his voice eerily calm despite the chaos around them. "You've proven remarkably resourceful, as your file suggested you would. But this ends now." Harry struggled to his feet, aware of his friends hesitating at the tunnel exit, unwilling to leave him behind. "You're right," Harry agreed, keeping his wand steady despite the pain radiating from his shoulder where the spell had struck. "This does end now, but not the way you think." He reached slowly into his pocket, withdrawing not a weapon but one of the duplicated documents, the letter from Dumbledore about Harry's placement with the Dursleys. "We have everything, Croaker. Your financial records. The meeting minutes. Dumbledore's correspondence. Evidence of decades of manipulation and illegal activities." Harry's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering. "Copies are already on their way to multiple secure locations." Uncertainty flickered across the unspeakable's face. "You're bluffing. You couldn't have accessed the sealed records." "The Arbiters aren't the only ones with secrets and special access," Harry replied. "Did you really think you could study me my entire life without me eventually learning to use what you built me to be?" It was a calculated gamble, playing on the Arbiter's own perception of him as their prophesied instrument. Croaker hesitated, his wand lowering slightly as he assessed this new scenario. "What do you want, Potter? Surely we can reach an accommodation. The convergence is larger than any individual's concerns." "I want justice," Harry cut him off. "For myself, for everyone whose lives you've manipulated, for the money stolen from my family vault and from Hogwarts students who needed it." He took a step backward, toward the tunnel exit where his friends waited. "Your research is over, Croaker. The prophecies will unfold as magic intends, not as the Arbiters dictate." Another step backward. "Tell Dumbledore that his greater good has failed. The truth comes out tomorrow in the Wizengamot, all of it." With that, Harry turned and ran, expecting a curse in his back at any moment. Instead, he heard Croaker shouting orders to his security team, "Lock down everything. Secure all records. Nothing leaves this facility." The desperation in the man's voice confirmed what Harry had suspected. the Arbiters feared exposure more than they feared losing control of Harry Potter. Their power depended on secrecy, on operating in shadows. The light of public scrutiny would destroy them. Harry reached his friends at the tunnel exit, all four sprinting into the misty Highland morning. Behind them, the alarm continued to blare, but no pursuers emerged from the tunnel. They were too busy trying to contain the damage inside. "Did you mean that?" Hermione gasped as they ran. "About copies already being sent?" Harry shook his head. "Bluff. But they don't know that, and they'll waste valuable time trying to intercept non-existent messengers." "Brilliant," Daphne commented, a note of genuine admiration in her voice despite their dire circumstances. "Buying us time to actually do what you claimed." They didn't stop running until they reached the ridge where they'd first observed the facility. Only then, certain they weren't being pursued, did they pause to assess their situation and examine the evidence they'd escaped with. "This is beyond anything I imagined," Hermione said quietly as she reviewed the documents. "They've been manipulating not just you, Harry, but all of us, positioning us as supporting pieces in their convergence scenario." "My parents' torture wasn't random," Neville added, his voice hollow as he stared at his own file. "The Arbiters knew about the prophecy that could have applied to me instead of Harry. They wanted to ensure I'd be raised by my grandmother, to shape me into someone who would support the primary subject when the time came. And my academic achievements were carefully cultivated," Hermione continued, looking sick. "Teachers subtly encouraged to recognize my intelligence, books accidentally left where I'd find them, all to ensure Harry would have access to the knowledge they wanted him to have, through a friend he'd trust." The revelations were devastating, calling into question not just their individual paths but the very friendships that had defined their time at Hogwarts. Had anything in their lives been genuine, or was everything part of the Arbiter's grand design? "It doesn't matter," Harry said firmly, seeing the doubt and pain in his friends' faces. "Their manipulations created the circumstances, but our choices within those circumstances were our own. They didn't make you brave, Neville. They didn't make you brilliant, Hermione. And they certainly didn't make us friends." He turned to include Daphne in his gaze. "Just like they didn't make the houses enemies, they just exploited existing divisions. What we do now, knowing the truth, that's what defines us, not their schemes." His words seemed to steady his companions, giving them a foundation to process the shocking revelations without losing faith in themselves or each other. "So what do we do now?" Neville asked, gathering the documents into a secure case Hermione had brought. "We can't go back to Hogwarts or the Ministry, they'll be watching both. We need to get these to the Alliance immediately," Harry decided. "Augusta and Amelia need time to prepare before we present everything to the Wizengamot." "My family's summer cottage in Cornwall," Daphne suggested. "It's unplottable and under Fidelius. We can regroup there and contact the others securely." With their destination decided, the four prepared to apparate, Hermione and Daphne taking Neville and Harry respectively in side-along jumps to a location none of them had visited before. Before departing, Harry cast one last look at the distant facility, now swarming with activity as the Arbiters scrambled to contain their exposure. "It's over, Dumbledore," he murmured to himself. "No more manipulation. No more greater good at others' expense." Then they were gone, vanishing from the Highland Ridge with four near-simultaneous cracks of apparition, leaving behind the physical site of their discoveries but carrying with them evidence that would change Wizarding Britain forever. The vault's secrets had been revealed, and nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 3, The Greater Good. The Greengrass summer cottage in Cornwall defied its modest name. While not as imposing as the family's primary manor, the cottage was a sprawling stone structure perched on a cliff overlooking the churning Atlantic, its weathered exterior belying luxurious accommodations within. Most importantly, it offered what Harry and his companions desperately needed: security and seclusion. "The wards here are older than Hogwarts," Daphne explained as she led them through the entrance hall. "And unlike school defenses, they're designed to kill rather than incapacitate." She noted their expressions and added dryly, "The Greengrass family has always valued its privacy." Harry felt the ancient magic washing over him as they crossed the threshold, an assessment more thorough than any standard protection charm. The sensation reminded him of the black family magic he'd encountered during the ritual, though less personally intrusive. "Will it alert your parents that we're here?" Hermione asked, eyeing the shimmer of magical barriers visible around the property's perimeter. "Father already knows," Daphne confirmed. "The wards are keyed to family blood. My arrival triggered a notification." She led them to a comfortable sitting room where a house elf had already prepared refreshments. Despite their exhaustion from the morning's harrowing escape, none could relax until they had secured the evidence they'd risked their lives to obtain. "We should make multiple copies," Harry suggested, placing the case containing the documents on a large oak table. "And distribute them to secure locations." Hermione nodded in agreement. "I've been working on an improved duplication charm that includes anti-tampering enchantments. The copies will self-destruct if anyone besides the intended recipient attempts to read them." As she began the complex spell work, Harry stepped onto the cottage's stone balcony, needing a moment alone to process the morning's discoveries. The salt wind whipped at his hair as he stared out at the grey expanse of ocean, his mind churning more violently than the waves below. His entire life, a carefully orchestrated sequence of trials and traumas, designed to shape him into the Arbiter's instrument. The Dursleys' abuse, the yearly near-death experiences at Hogwarts, the progressive isolation from potential adult support, all deliberately engineered to create someone desperate for acceptance, willing to sacrifice himself, malleable to Dumbledore's guidance. Even his closest friendships had been subtly influenced, if not outright arranged. The revelation should have poisoned everything he believed about himself and his relationships. Yet strangely, Harry found a certain grim validation in knowing he'd been right all along. His instinctive suspicion that something wasn't quite right with Dumbledore's methods had been justified. "It doesn't change who you are." Harry turned to find Daphne standing in the doorway, watching him with those perceptive blue eyes. She moved to join him at the balcony's edge, her presence surprisingly welcome. "Doesn't it?" he asked quietly. "If everything, my personality, my choices, was engineered from the beginning. They created circumstances, Potter, not character." She gazed out at the ocean, her profile sharp against the grey sky. "They could place you in situations designed to encourage certain responses, but they couldn't dictate your core values. Those are yours." Harry considered her words. There was truth in them. Despite the Arbiter's machinations, he'd often made choices they hadn't anticipated. His friendship with Ron and Hermione had deepened beyond their useful function in the Arbiter's plans. His rejection of Slytherin House had disrupted their careful calculations. "I keep thinking about that letter," he admitted. "Dumbledore placing me with the Dursleys deliberately, knowing how they treat me, wanting me malleable, it's hard to reconcile with the man who seemed to care about me." "Perhaps he did care, in his way," Daphne suggested, her voice neutral. "People can compartmentalize remarkable well, especially those who believe they're serving some greater purpose." "The greater good," Harry said bitterly. Grindelwald's old motto. "I wonder if Dumbledore learned it from him or the other way around." "Either way, it's the most dangerous justification in history," Daphne replied. "Once someone decides they know what's best for everyone, individual rights and choices become expendable." Her insight struck Harry as surprisingly philosophical coming from the supposed Ice Queen of Slytherin. Yet in their short time working together, he discovered layers to Daphne Greengrass that defied her carefully cultivated reputation, intelligence certainly, but also a principled pragmatism and unexpected empathy. "How are you so calm about all this?" he asked suddenly. "Finding out there's been this conspiracy manipulating events, controlling people's lives." Daphne's lips curved in a humorless smile. "Slytherins are raised expecting manipulation, Potter. We're taught to analyze motives, identify puppet masters, protect ourselves from others' agendas. The scale of this is surprising, but the concept isn't." "That sounds exhausting," Harry observed. "Says the boy who spent 7 years looking over his shoulder for Dark Lords and basilisks," she countered with a raised eyebrow. The unexpected humor broke through his dark thoughts, eliciting a genuine laugh. Fair point. Their conversation was interrupted by Neville appearing at the doorway. Cygnus Greengrass is on the floor. He says it's urgent. Back inside, they gathered around the fireplace where the stern face of Daphne's father floated among green flames. His expression was grave. The situation has escalated, he informed them without preamble. Dumbledore has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot for tomorrow morning. The official purpose is to address security concerns following a terrorist incident at a ministry research facility. They're getting ahead of the story, Hermione realized. Painting us as the villains before we can present our evidence. Precisely, Cygnus confirmed. Augusta is working to delay the session, but Dumbledore has invoked special authority as Chief Warlock. The meeting will proceed as scheduled. Then we need to be ready, Harry decided. Have you been able to secure the audit evidence from Gringotts? The goblins are being difficult. Cygnus's expression suggested this was an understatement. The ministry has applied significant pressure, including threats to review their banking charter. Director Ragnarok is walking a political tightrope. I can solve that problem, Harry stated confidently. The Black family has leverage with Gringotts that even the ministry can't override. Cygnus raised an eyebrow but didn't question this claim. Excellent. Meanwhile, Amelia has been working through her international contacts to secure outside observers for tomorrow's session. The presence of foreign dignitaries will make it harder for Dumbledore to control the narrative. What about the Prophet? Hermione asked. They'll be reporting on this. Already addressed, Cygnus replied with the hint of a smile. My wife has had a most illuminating conversation with Rita Skeeter. Let's just say the reporter has been provided with certain preliminary information that ensures her interest in hearing our side of the story. After finalizing their preparations, Cygnus ended the call with a parting warning, be vigilant. The Arbiters have operated in shadows for centuries. They won't go quietly into the light. With their deadline established, the group worked through the afternoon and into the evening, organizing their evidence and preparing their strategy for the Wizengamot confrontation. Hermione created a comprehensive index of the documents, cross-referencing financial records with the evidence of manipulation. Neville drafted formal charges under Augusta's guidance, delivered via secure flow. Harry composed a personal statement, struggling to find words adequate to address the magnitude of the betrayal while maintaining the dignity his position required. Daphne, meanwhile, proved invaluable in anticipating political maneuvers and identifying potential allies and enemies within the Wizengamot. Her knowledge of the body's arcane procedures and unofficial power dynamics reflected the thorough political education she'd received, education Harry had been deliberately denied. Dumbledore will try to limit your speaking time, she explained as they reviewed the Wizengamot protocols. As a non-member addressing the body, you can be restricted to a brief statement unless you invoke right of accusation under the Ancient House's protocol. Which requires? Harry asked, recognizing another gap in his lordship knowledge. Formal language, specific charges, and presentation of evidence meeting particular standards, Daphne replied. Most importantly, you must claim personal harm from the accused, which you certainly can. As evening deepened, Ron arrived via secure flow connection, bringing updates from their allies and a much-needed dose of pragmatism to their planning. Dad says Percy's been asking questions about you lot, he reported. Trying to sound casual, but definitely fishing for information about where you might be hiding out. Percy's alignment with the ministry has always been his defining characteristic, Hermione noted with disappointment. I'd hoped recent events might have changed that. It's not personal, Ron defended his brother. Percy believes in institutions. The idea that someone like Dumbledore could corrupt them from within, it doesn't fit his worldview. Which is exactly why the Arbiters have been so effective, Harry observed. They exploit people's natural trust in authority figures and institutions. After finalizing their preparations for the following day, they took turns resting, none willing to fully sleep with the threat of the Arbiters potentially tracking them to the cottage. Despite the Fidelius protection, Dumbledore's resources were extensive, and they couldn't afford complacency. During his watch in the early hours of morning, Harry found himself drawn to the cottage's small library, where ancient tomes of Greengrass family magic lined shelves of polished ebony. He wasn't seeking anything specific, just distraction from the weight of tomorrow's confrontation. Couldn't sleep either. Daphne's voice came from the doorway. She'd changed from her travel-worn clothes into simple house robes, her hair loose around her shoulders rather than in its usual immaculate arrangement. Just thinking, Harry admitted. Tomorrow changes everything, for better or worse. Having doubts, she asked, moving to stand beside him at the bookshelves. Harry shook his head. Not about exposing the truth. But afterward, what then? My whole life has been shaped around prophecies and others' expectations. Without that framework. He trailed off, uncertain how to articulate the strange vertigo he felt contemplating a future entirely his own. You'll be free, Daphne supplied simply. Terrifying, isn't it? The insight was so accurate that Harry turned to look at her properly. How did you know? A small, surprisingly vulnerable smile curved her lips. Because I've felt something similar, in a much smaller way. When my father first suggested an alliance with House Potterblack, outside the traditional Slytherin power structures I'd been raised to navigate, it was like stepping off a familiar path into uncharted territory. And now? Harry asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. Now I find I prefer making my own way, she replied, meeting his gaze directly. Even with the uncertainty. Something shifted between them in that quiet moment, a recognition of parallel journeys despite their different starting points. Both were stepping beyond the boundaries others had set for them, discovering who they might be when freed from external expectations. Whatever happens tomorrow, Harry said softly, I'm glad for the alliance between our houses. Daphne held his gaze, something warm and considering in her blue eyes. As am I, Potter. A hint of her usual composure returned as she added, though if you tell anyone I admitted that, I'll deny everything and hex you thoroughly. Harry grinned. Your secret appreciation of Gryffindors is safe with me, Greengrass. Dawn found them prepared, as ready as they could be for the confrontation ahead. After a brief strategy session over breakfast, they departed in pairs to avoid detection. Hermione and Neville left first, headed to rendezvous with Augusta Longbottom before the Wizengamot session. Ron followed shortly after, tasked with coordinating their remaining allies and ensuring the evidence duplicates remained secure in case something went wrong at the Ministry. Harry and Daphne were the last to leave, their destination not the Ministry directly but Gringotts. Despite the early hour, Director Ragnarok awaited them in his private office, his expression even more severe than usual. Lord Potterblack, the Goblin acknowledged. I assume you are aware of the Ministry's position regarding the audit evidence. I am, Harry confirmed. And I'm also aware that the Treaty of 1752 explicitly prohibits Ministry interference in Gringotts' client relationships, especially those with ancient and noble houses. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ministry has threatened to review our banking charter if we release the audit results to you before their investigation is complete. An empty threat, Harry replied confidently. As Lord Black, I invoke Article 7 of the Umbral Compact, which supersedes any Ministry authority regarding Black family financial records. The effect of these words was immediate and dramatic. Ragnarok's posture stiffened, his already serious expression giving way to something approaching alarm. You speak of matters beyond your years, Lord Potterblack. I speak of binding magical agreements between my house and the Goblin Nation, Harry countered steadily. Agreements I have confirmed through the trial of blood and shadow. A tense silence followed this declaration. Daphne remained perfectly still beside Harry, recognizing the delicate nature of the negotiation. Goblins respected strength and the honoring of ancient pacts, but they did not appreciate having such matters discussed openly, especially by wizards. Finally, Ragnarok inclined his head in acknowledgement. The compact remains valid, he conceded. I will provide the complete audit findings, including evidence of unauthorized transfers from both Hogwarts accounts and your family vault. Within minutes, Harry had secured a comprehensive financial report that confirmed everything they had suspected. Regular transfers from multiple sources, including the Potter Vault, Hogwarts accounts, and Department of Mysteries discretionary funds, had been channeled through Ghost Vault 13 to finance the Arbiter's operations for decades. The pattern of misappropriation was clear, systematic, and damning. "This completes our obligation under the Audit Commission," Ragnarok stated formally as he handed over the sealed documents. However, Lord Potterblack, Gringotts has its own concerns regarding these findings. The unauthorized ghost vaults, Harry surmised. Ragnarok's sharp teeth gleamed in what might have been a smile. Indeed. Such accounts violate our sovereignty over financial matters. The Goblin Nation would look favorably upon those who ensure such violations are appropriately addressed. "I believe today's Wisengamot session will address that concern directly," Harry assured him. With the audit evidence secured, they departed for the ministry, both aware that they were walking into the political equivalent of a dragon's den. The Wisengamot chamber hummed with tension as Harry and Daphne slipped into seats in the visitors' gallery. The tiered semicircle of stone benches was nearly full, with wizards and witches in formal plum robes murmuring amongst themselves. At the chamber's center, a large chair positioned on a raised dais awaited the chief warlock. Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones sat in their hereditary seats, their expressions carefully neutral despite the significance of the coming confrontation. Cygnus Greengrass occupied his family's position in the neutral block, strategically positioned to address both the traditionalist and progressive factions. Most telling was the presence of international observers in a special section near the press gallery. Harry recognized the French magical ambassador and representatives from the Germanic Confederation and American Magical Congress. Their presence confirmed that Amelia had succeeded in her mission to ensure outside witnesses. At precisely 9 o'clock, Dumbledore entered the chamber, resplendent in formal Wisengamot robes with additional insignia marking his position as Chief Warlock. His long white beard was immaculately groomed, his half-moon spectacles perched precisely on his nose. To casual observers, he appeared the very image of wise authority. Yet Harry, seeing him now through the lens of what they'd discovered, noted the calculation behind the benevolent facade, the careful positioning, the subtle magical enhancement of his presence, the precisely calibrated twinkle in his eyes. All elements of a persona crafted to inspire trust and deference. "The emergency session of the Wisengamot is now in session," Dumbledore announced, his magically amplified voice filling the chamber. "We gather to address a matter of grave concern to magical security." He paused, his gaze sweeping the chamber before continuing. "Yesterday morning, a secure research facility operated by the Department of Mysteries was infiltrated by unauthorized individuals. Classified information was compromised, and valuable magical research was disrupted. The Ministry has requested Wisengamot approval for enhanced security measures to address this threat." Murmurs spread through the chamber as Dumbledore gestured toward Cornelius Fudge, who rose from his seat with uncharacteristic gravity. The minister's lime-green bowler was conspicuously absent, replaced by a somber expression that failed to mask the nervous sweat beading his forehead. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," Fudge began. "The incident in question represents a direct attack on Ministry operations. The perpetrators accessed highly sensitive research materials and may have compromised ongoing projects vital to our national security. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement requests emergency authorization to, point of order, Chief Warlock." Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through Fudge's speech like a blade. The formidable witch had risen to her feet, her expression stern beneath her vulture-topped hat. "The body recognizes Madame Longbottom," Dumbledore acknowledged, though a slight tightening around his eyes suggested he had anticipated this interruption. "Before the minister presents his proposal, I invoke the right of contradictory information," Augusta stated formally. "The Wisengamot Charter requires full disclosure of relevant facts before any emergency authorization can be granted." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "As is your right, Madame Longbottom. What information do you wish to present?" Augusta's gaze hardened. The alleged infiltration the minister references was in fact a lawful investigation into financial improprieties involving Hogwarts funds, the Potter family vault, and Department of Mysteries accounts. The Wisengamot should hear this evidence before considering any action. A wave of surprised murmurs swept the chamber. Dumbledore's expression remained placid, though Harry detected a momentary flicker of calculation in his eyes. "These are serious allegations," Dumbledore observed. "Do you have evidence to support them?" "We do," Augusta confirmed. "And I call upon Lord Potterblack, as the injured party in this matter, to present it under the ancient house's protocol." This was the moment they had prepared for. As Augusta invoked the ancient right of noble houses to bring complaints directly before the Wisengamot, Harry stood and moved toward the chamber floor. Whispers followed him as he descended to the speaker's position, the combined Potterblack lordship rings clearly visible on his hand. "The body recognizes Lord Potterblack," Dumbledore intoned, his voice betraying nothing of what must be his inner turmoil at this development. Harry took his position at the central podium, facing the assembled Wisengamot. The weight of the moment pressed upon him, not just the political significance, but the personal confrontation with the man who had shaped his entire life through manipulation and deception. "Honored members of the Wisengamot," he began, his voice steady despite the emotions churning beneath the surface. "I come before you today to present evidence of systematic financial misappropriation, abuse of authority, and a conspiracy that strikes at the very heart of our society's institutions." He placed the Gringotts audit report on the podium before him. This official audit, commissioned by the Hogwarts Board of Governors and conducted by Gringotts, documents a pattern of unauthorized transfers from both Hogwarts accounts and my family vault, transfers authorized by Albus Dumbledore in his capacities as headmaster and my magical guardian. Another round of murmurs rippled through the chamber. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, though Harry noticed his hand tighten slightly around his wand. "These funds," Harry continued, "were diverted to a ghost vault at Gringotts, an account operating outside normal banking oversight. From there, they financed an organization known as the Arbiters." The name triggered a more pronounced reaction, several older Wisengamot members exchanging alarmed glances, while others looked merely confused. "What exactly are these Arbiters, Lord Potterblack?" asked an elderly which Harry didn't recognize, her tone suggesting genuine curiosity rather than challenge. "The Arbiters," Harry explained, "are a secret organization dedicated to manipulating prophetic outcomes, to engineering circumstances that force prophecies to fulfill in specific ways they deem beneficial. They operate within the Department of Mysteries, but outside official oversight." He turned his gaze directly to Dumbledore. "And they are led by Chief Warlock Dumbledore, under the title of Archon." The chamber erupted in shocked exclamations. Dumbledore raised a hand, requesting silence, which gradually returned as members awaited his response. "These are extraordinary claims," Dumbledore observed, his voice calm and reasonable. "I assume you have evidence beyond financial records to support them?" "I do." Harry nodded to Hermione, who approached with the case containing the documents they'd retrieved from the research facility. "Yesterday, acting on information discovered during the financial audit, I visited a research facility funded through the Ghost Vault. There, I found extensive documentation of the Arbiter's operations, including your role as their leader." As Hermione distributed copies of key documents to Wisengamot members, Harry continued, "These records detail decades of manipulation, not just of finances, but of people's lives. My placement with abusive Muggle relatives, the sealing of my parents' will, the deliberate engineering of dangerous situations at Hogwarts, all orchestrated to shape me according to prophetic requirements the Arbiters deemed necessary." The growing shock in the chamber was palpable as members reviewed the documents. Dumbledore's serene mask had slipped slightly, a crease appearing between his brows as he assessed the extent of the exposure. "Most disturbing," Harry pressed on, "are the records detailing Operation Phoenix Rebirth, a contingency plan to obliviate me and reconstruct my memories if I began questioning authority or seeking independence from the Arbiter's control. And if that failed, plans for my elimination disguised as a heroic sacrifice." This final revelation triggered outraged exclamations from multiple members. Augusta Longbottom rose to her feet again. "Chief Warlock," she stated firmly, "given the nature of these accusations and the evidence presented, I move that you recuse yourself from presiding over these proceedings, as required by Wisengamot Charter when the Chief Warlock is directly implicated in matters before the body." A tense silence fell as all eyes turned to Dumbledore. For a long moment, he remained still, his brilliant blue eyes assessing the chamber's mood, the international observers' attentive postures, the evidence now in members' hands. "Of course," he finally agreed, his voice conveying nothing but reasonable acquiescence. "In the interest of procedural propriety, I will temporarily step aside. Senior Warlock Marchbanks will preside in my absence." As Dumbledore vacated the Chief Warlock's chair, moving to a witness position on the chamber floor, Griselda Marchbanks, a witch so ancient she had reportedly examined Dumbledore himself for his newts, assumed the presiding role. "The body will hear the Chief Warlock's response to these allegations," she announced in a voice surprisingly strong for her apparent age. Dumbledore approached the podium with the same calm dignity that had characterized his public persona for decades. Looking at him now, Harry could almost understand how generations of wizards had been lulled into trusting this man implicitly. There was a gravitational pull to his presence, a sense of absolute certainty that inspired confidence. "Members of the Wisengamot," Dumbledore began, "I do not dispute the financial transfers Lord Potterblack has identified. I did indeed authorize the movement of funds from both Hogwarts accounts and the Potter Vault to support operations vital to magical Britain's security and future." Murmurs rose at this admission, but Dumbledore continued undeterred. "What I dispute is the characterization of these actions as improper or malicious. The arbiters have existed for centuries with a single purpose, to safeguard our world from catastrophic threats identified through prophetic insight." His gaze swept the chamber, making eye contact with key members. "When prophecies of sufficient magnitude emerge, predictions that could reshape our entire society, the arbiters study them, understand their requirements, and ensure the optimal outcome is achieved. This is not manipulation for personal gain, but stewardship of our collective future." "And who decides what constitutes an optimal outcome, Chief Warlock?" Amelia Bones challenged, rising from her seat. "A small group operating in secret, without oversight or accountability. Those with the knowledge and perspective to understand the full implications," Dumbledore replied evenly. "Prophecies are not simple predictions, Madam Bones. They are complex magical phenomena that interact with reality in ways few understand. The arbiters include our foremost experts in this field. Experts who decided my childhood with abusive relatives was an acceptable sacrifice," Harry interjected, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Who engineered life-threatening situations for children at Hogwarts to test specific qualities in prophecy subjects." Dumbledore turned to face him directly. "I have never denied that difficult choices were necessary, Harry. The prophecy connecting you and Voldemort was just one thread in a far larger tapestry, a convergence of multiple predictions pointing toward a critical juncture in our history. And that justifies everything?" Harry challenged. "The suffering, the manipulation, the lies." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, a momentary glimpse behind the mask to the burdened man beneath. "When the alternative is catastrophe on an unimaginable scale, yes. The needs of the many must sometimes outweigh the suffering of the few." "The greater good," Harry said flatly. "Precisely." Dumbledore nodded, seemingly relieved that Harry understood. Everything was done in service to the greater good, not just defeating Voldemort, but ensuring the proper alignment of multiple prophetic strands that would shape our world for centuries to come. The chamber had fallen silent, members watching the exchange with rapt attention. Even those who had initially seemed skeptical of Harry's claims were now listening intently, reassessing decades of Dumbledore's actions in light of these revelations. "You speak of prophecies in the plural," Cygnus Greengrass observed, rising from his seat. "What exactly is this convergence mentioned in your documents, Chief Warlock?" Dumbledore hesitated, clearly reluctant to discuss such matters openly. "The Grand Convergence is a rare prophetic phenomenon where multiple major prophecies intersect, creating a nexus point that determines the trajectory of magical society for generations. The arbiters identified such a convergence occurring in our time, centered around the defeat of Voldemort, but extending far beyond it. And you appointed yourself arbiter of how this convergence should resolve, Harry stated. You decided which futures were acceptable and which weren't. Someone had to, Dumbledore replied simply. The alternatives we glimpsed through prophetic analysis were dire indeed: magical exposure to muggles, wars that would decimate our population, the rise of dark forces far worse than Voldemort. We chose the path that preserved our way of life while minimizing suffering. By misappropriating funds, manipulating children, and operating without oversight or accountability, Amelia summarized sharply. No matter how noble your intentions, Chief Warlock, your methods violated numerous laws and ethical boundaries. Dumbledore's expression hardened slightly. Laws and ethics are human constructs, Madam Bones. The magic of prophecy operates on deeper principles. When faced with existential threats to our entire society, conventional limitations must sometimes be transcended. The debate continued for another hour, with Wizengamot members questioning both Harry and Dumbledore about specific aspects of the evidence. Throughout, Dumbledore remained composed, neither denying the basic facts nor apologizing for his actions. His position was consistent: everything had been necessary for the greater good, guided by prophetic insights ordinary wizards couldn't be expected to understand. Finally, Marchbanks called for a brief recess before deliberations would begin. As members filed out of the chamber, Harry found himself approached by an unexpected figure, Lucius Malfoy, who had remained conspicuously silent during the proceedings. A most illuminating session, Lord Potterblack, Malfoy observed, his voice pitched low enough that only Harry and Daphne, who had joined him, could hear. I find myself in the unusual position of applauding your initiative. I doubt our motives align, Lord Malfoy, Harry replied coolly. A thin smile curved Lucius's lips. Perhaps not entirely. But we share a distaste for manipulation and a belief that ancient families should determine their own destinies, not have them dictated by self-appointed guardians of the greater good. Before Harry could respond, Narcissa Malfoy joined her husband. Her gaze moved between Harry and Daphne with knowing assessment. Lord Black, she acknowledged formally. I see the family magic served you well. It did, Harry confirmed. Thank you for your guidance in that matter, Lady Malfoy. Narcissa inclined her head slightly, then added in a lower voice, whatever the outcome today, remember that wizarding politics rarely concludes neatly. Dumbledore has cultivated allies for decades, they won't abandon him completely, regardless of the evidence. I'm not seeking his destruction, Harry clarified. Only accountability and an end to the manipulation. Noble sentiment, Lucius commented with the faintest hint of condescension. But in my experience, once such power structures begin to crumble, they rarely stop falling at convenient points. With that cryptic observation, the Malfoys moved away, leaving Harry to consider their warning. Daphne watched them go with a thoughtful expression. They're right about one thing, she noted. This won't end today, regardless of the Wizengamot's decision. The Arbiter's influence is too deeply embedded in our institutions. Then we'll continue addressing it, Harry replied simply. One step at a time, with transparency rather than shadows. When the session resumed, the atmosphere in the chamber had shifted subtly. Members' expressions were more guarded, their positions less certain. Harry suspected intense negotiations had occurred during the recess, as factions adjusted to the new political reality these revelations created. Marchbanks called the session to order with a sharp rap of her gavel. Having heard the evidence and testimony, this body must now determine appropriate actions regarding the financial improprieties and related matters presented by Lord Potterblack. Augusta Longbottom rose first. I move that the Wizengamot formally censure Albus Dumbledore for misuse of Hogwarts funds and Potter family assets, and that full restitution be ordered to the affected accounts. Seconded, Cygnus Greengrass added promptly. I further move, Amelia Bones continued, that an independent commission be established to investigate the Arbiter's activities within the Department of Mysteries, with international oversight to ensure transparency. The voting that followed revealed the complex political currents flowing beneath the surface. The financial censure passed by a significant majority, the evidence was simply too clear to ignore. The restitution order likewise received broad support, though with a modification allowing payment in installments rather than immediate full repayment. The investigation commission proved more contentious, eventually passing by a narrow margin after amendments limiting its scope to recent activities rather than the organization's entire history. Harry recognized the compromise for what it was, enough to expose current operations without dragging too many influential figures into the light. Most significantly, a motion to remove Dumbledore as chief warlock failed to achieve the necessary two-thirds majority, though he was required to recuse himself from any matters related to the investigations. Politics, Daphne murmured beside Harry as the results were announced. They're sacrificing the specific financial improprieties to protect the larger power structure. For now, Harry agreed. But the truth is out. That's what matters most. As the formal proceedings concluded, Dumbledore approached Harry directly, an encounter Harry had both anticipated and dreaded. Lord Potterblack, the old wizard greeted him, formal in address but with a familiar sadness in his eyes. I wonder if I might have a private word. Harry glanced at Daphne, who gave him a slight nod before stepping away to give them space while remaining within sight. The gesture of trust and support meant more than Harry could express in that moment. You've won a significant victory today, Dumbledore observed once they were relatively alone in a small antechamber off the main hall. Though perhaps not the complete repudiation you sought. I wasn't seeking vengeance, Harry replied evenly. Just truth and accountability. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his blue eyes lacking their customary twinkle. You truly believe that's all this was about? Not anger at being manipulated? Not resentment of authority? Those feelings exist, Harry acknowledged. How could they not? But this was about ensuring it stops, that no one else has their life engineered without consent or knowledge. A faint smile touched Dumbledore's lips. You continue to surprise me, Harry. Even knowing what you now know about how certain qualities were encouraged in your development, you still embody them so naturally. He sighed deeply. Perhaps that is the final proof that prophecy subjects maintain their essential nature despite our adjustments to their circumstances. Is that supposed to be comforting? Harry asked, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from his voice. That some core part of me remained my own despite everything you did to shape me? I had hoped it might be, Dumbledore admitted. The choices that defined you, the bravery, the compassion, the willingness to sacrifice for others, those were yours, Harry. We created situations that would test and strengthen these qualities, but we could not implant them. And that justifies everything? Harry challenged. The Dursleys? The constant danger? Serious as death? Dumbledore's expression grew heavier. No. Nothing justifies the suffering of an innocent child. I have told myself otherwise for many years, believing the greater good demanded such sacrifices. Perhaps I was wrong. The admission, so simple, yet so profound from a man who had spent decades convinced of his own rightness, caught Harry by surprise. For a moment, neither spoke, the weight of all that had happened between them filling the silence. What happens now? Harry asked finally. The financial matters will be resolved as ordered, Dumbledore replied. Your family vault will be restored, with interest. The arbiters. He hesitated. The organization will be reformed, brought under proper oversight. Some aspects of our work remain necessary, Harry. Prophecies don't cease to exist simply because we stop studying them. But the manipulation ends, Harry insisted. No more engineering people's lives without their knowledge. As the Wisengamot has decreed, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I fear you underestimate the dangers such constraints may create. I'd rather face dangers as a free agent than be safely led down a predetermined path, Harry stated firmly. Dumbledore's eyes reflected a complex mixture of pride, regret, and something like resignation. Then perhaps, despite everything, we succeeded in our primary objective. The prophecy called for one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. But beyond that specific task, what the world truly needed was someone with both the power and the wisdom to choose their own path, to break cycles of control and manipulation that have defined our society for generations. He straightened, suddenly looking every one of his many years. I have made countless mistakes, Harry. Some I recognized long ago, others I'm only beginning to acknowledge now. But if those mistakes ultimately produced a young man capable of doing what you've done today, speaking truth to power, demanding transparency where there were shadows, perhaps there is hope for us yet. With that enigmatic parting thought, Dumbledore bowed slightly and departed, leaving Harry to contemplate their conversation. Despite everything, despite the anger and betrayal still simmering beneath the surface, Harry felt an unexpected weight lifting from his shoulders. The confrontation was over. The truth was known. Whatever came next would be on his terms, not Dumbledore's. The aftermath of the Gringotts hearing unfolded gradually over the following weeks. As predicted, the Daily Prophet's coverage spanned the spectrum from Rita Skeeter's sensationalist exposés on Dumbledore's secret prophecy cult to more measured analysis of the financial improprieties and institutional failures that had allowed them to continue unchecked for decades. Hogwarts Board of Governors held an emergency session to address the financial audit's findings, resulting in significant reforms to the school's accounting practices and oversight mechanisms. Dumbledore retained his position as headmaster, his educational accomplishments and genuine concern for students' well-being outweighing the financial mismanagement in many governors' minds, but with substantial restrictions on his authority over school funds. Most significantly for Harry, Gringotts completed the process of restitution for the misappropriated Potter Vault funds, restoring not just the principal amounts but substantial interest accrued over 16 years. The Goblins, having secured his commitment to reform the Ghost Vault system as part of their private arrangement, proved surprisingly accommodating in facilitating the transfers. 3 weeks after the hearing, Harry found himself in a meeting with his most trusted allies at Greengrass Manor, discussing next steps now that the immediate crisis had passed. The investigation commission is making progress, Amelia reported, though we're encountering significant resistance from certain elements within the Department of Mysteries. Decades of secrecy don't unravel overnight. And Dumbledore? Harry asked, having had minimal contact with the headmaster since their conversation after the hearing. Outwardly compliant, Augusta supplied, though I suspect he's working behind the scenes to protect certain aspects of the Arbiter's operations he deems essential. The man remains convinced of the righteousness of his cause, despite everything. At least the financial manipulation has ended, Neville noted optimistically. And the scholarship funds at Hogwarts have been restored to their proper purpose. McGonagall is personally overseeing the new disbursement system. Harry nodded, genuinely pleased by this development. Ensuring that future students would benefit from the resources intended for their education had been one of his primary motivations in pursuing the audit. There's another matter we should discuss, Cygnus Greengrass interjected. The unsealing of your parents' will, Lord Potterblack. Amelia's efforts in that direction have finally borne fruit. Harry straightened, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension flooding through him. After everything else they'd discovered, he'd almost forgotten about the sealed will, the document that might reveal his parents' true wishes for his guardianship and upbringing. The ministry has agreed to unseal it next week, Amelia confirmed. Given the circumstances and evidence of improper procedure in the original sealing, they had little choice. Would you like us to accompany you? Hermione asked gently, recognizing the emotional significance of this moment for Harry. He considered briefly before nodding. Yes. All of you have been part of this journey, you should be there for its conclusion. The conversation shifted to other matters, the political realignments occurring in the wake of the Arbiter's exposure, the international reactions to the scandal, the ongoing reforms at the ministry aimed at preventing similar abuses in the future. Throughout it all, Harry found his attention repeatedly drawn to Daphne, who participated actively in the discussion while occasionally meeting his gaze with unspoken understanding. Their relationship had evolved significantly since the Gringotts hearing. What had begun as a political alliance had deepened into genuine respect and friendship, with hints of something more developing beneath the surface. They had yet to define this emerging connection formally, both content to let it evolve naturally without the pressure of expectations. As the meeting concluded and their allies began to depart, Daphne approached Harry with a proposal that caught him by surprise. "Potter, I've been thinking," she began, her formal tone belied by the warmth in her eyes. "Your introduction to lordship responsibilities has been unconventional, to say the least. Perhaps it's time you received proper training in the traditions and responsibilities of your position." "Are you offering to teach me, Greengrass?" Harry asked, intrigued by the suggestion. "My family has centuries of experience in navigating wizarding politics while maintaining independence from dominant factions," she replied. "Given our alliance, sharing that knowledge serves our mutual interests." Harry recognized the practical reasoning as very typically Slytherin, but also detected the personal interest beneath the pragmatic justification. "I'd welcome your guidance," he agreed. "Though I can't promise to embrace all the traditional approaches." A small smile curved her lips. "I'd be disappointed if you did, Potter. Your propensity for breaking conventions is precisely what makes our alliance valuable. Traditional methods for traditional problems, innovative approaches for new challenges. A Slytherin-Gryffindor collaboration," Harry observed with a smile. "Who would have thought?" "Who indeed," she agreed softly. After a moment's hesitation, she added more seriously, "The will unsealing, are you prepared for what you might discover?" The question touched on concerns Harry had been reluctant to voice. "Honestly, I'm not sure. After everything else we've learned, I'm trying not to have specific expectations." "A wise approach," Daphne acknowledged. "Just remember you don't have to face it alone." The simple statement, offered without dramatic emphasis or overt sentimentality, meant more to Harry than grand declarations of support might have. It reflected Daphne's practical compassion, acknowledging emotional realities without dwelling on them unnecessarily. "Thank you," he replied simply, knowing she would understand the depth of gratitude behind the words. The unsealing of James and Lily Potter's will took place in a private chamber at the Ministry of Magic, attended by Harry and his closest allies. The document, preserved under powerful stasis charms for 16 years, was carefully removed from its sealed container by a solemn-faced ministry archivist and presented to Amelia Bones, who presided in her capacity as former head of the DMLE. "Before we proceed," Amelia announced formally, "I must verify the authenticity of this document and the integrity of its seals." She performed a series of complex diagnostic spells, her wand moving in precise patterns over the parchment. After several minutes, she nodded in satisfaction. "The will is genuine and unaltered," she confirmed. "It may now be opened and read into the record." Harry held his breath as Amelia broke the magical seals with a tap of her wand. The parchment unrolled itself, revealing neat handwriting that alternated between two distinct styles, his father's bold strokes and his mother's more elegant script. "Last will and testament of James Charles Potter and Lily Evans Potter," Amelia read aloud. "Being of sound mind and magic, we hereby declare our final wishes regarding the disposition of our estate and the guardianship of our son, Harry James Potter." As she continued reading, the document confirmed much of what they had suspected. The Potters had designated Sirius Black as Harry's primary guardian, with Alice and Frank Longbottom as alternatives. The Dursleys were explicitly excluded as potential guardians, with Lily specifically noting that "my sister's resentment of magic would make her home unsuitable for raising a magical child." Most significantly, the will contained provisions that directly contradicted Dumbledore's actions after the Potters' deaths. In the event that none of our designated guardians are available, Harry should be placed with a suitable wizarding family approved by the combined judgment of Minerva McGonagall, Amelia Bones, and Augusta Longbottom. Under no circumstances should Albus Dumbledore have sole authority over Harry's placement or financial affairs, as we have found his tendency toward unilateral decision-making concerning. Harry absorbed these words with a complex mixture of emotions, vindication that his parents had recognized Dumbledore's controlling tendencies, grief at the lost possibility of growing up with people who truly wanted him, anger at the deliberate circumvention of their clearly stated wishes. The financial provisions were equally revealing. While establishing a trust vault for Harry's education, the bulk of the Potter fortune was to remain in the family vault, managed by Gringotts directly with oversight from a designated financial guardian, not Dumbledore, until Harry reached maturity. A specific bequest, Amelia continued reading, of 10,000 galleons is made to the Order of the Phoenix, to be used exclusively for direct action against Voldemort. This represents the extent of our financial commitment to the Order, as we have chosen to secure the majority of our assets for Harry's future needs. This single provision demolished Dumbledore's justification for the ongoing withdrawals from the Potter Vault after Voldemort's first defeat. The Potters had clearly limited their financial support to a one-time donation for the specific purpose of fighting Voldemort, not funding the Order's broader operations or the Arbiter's research. As Amelia concluded the reading, silence fell over the chamber. Harry stared at the parchment that contained his parents' final wishes systematically ignored and deliberately concealed for 16 years. "Harry?" Hermione ventured gently. "Are you all right?" He nodded slowly, still processing the implications. "They knew," he said quietly. "They had concerns about Dumbledore even then. They tried to protect me from exactly what happened. And now their wishes are finally being honored," Augusta observed. "Late, but not too late for it to matter." Harry looked around at the allies who had helped him reach this moment, Neville and Hermione, whose friendship had sustained him through years of manipulation, Ron, whose practical perspective had repeatedly grounded their more academic approaches, Augusta and Amelia, whose political courage had made the Wizengamot hearing possible, Cygnus Greengrass, whose strategic alliance had opened doors previously closed to Harry. And Daphne, whose initial approach in the leaky cauldron had set this entire chain of events in motion. Her expression now was carefully composed, but her eyes conveyed understanding of the emotional significance of this moment. "What happens next is up to you, Lord Potterblack," Amelia said formally. "The will has been unsealed and read into the record. Its provisions regarding your guardianship are now moot given your age, but the financial directives can and should be implemented immediately." Harry nodded, gathering himself. "I want the will's provisions fulfilled exactly as written," he stated clearly. "Including the bequest to the Order, but with the stipulation that it be used as my parents intended, for direct action against dark wizards, not research or political activities." "A wise qualification," Cygnus commented approvingly. "It honors their intentions while preventing misuse." With the formal business concluded, they departed the ministry, Harry clutching a certified copy of his parents' will, a tangible connection to James and Lily that he had been denied for so long. Outside, in the late afternoon sunlight, he found himself suddenly overwhelmed by the cumulative weight of everything they had discovered and accomplished over the past weeks. Sensing his need for space, his friends tactfully arranged to meet him later at Grimmauld Place, leaving only Daphne at his side as they walked through a nearby wizarding park. "It's strange," Harry said after they had walked in companionable silence for several minutes. "I should feel angrier about all of this, the will, the manipulation, everything Dumbledore did. But mostly I just feel free," Daphne supplied when he trailed off. "Because knowledge, even painful knowledge, is preferable to illusion." Harry glanced at her, once again struck by her perceptiveness. "Exactly. Whatever happens now, at least it's based on truth rather than manipulation. I can make choices knowing the actual circumstances, not a carefully constructed narrative." They continued walking, the path winding through carefully tended magical gardens where flowers shifted colors with the changing angle of sunlight. The beauty provided a peaceful backdrop for contemplating difficult truths. "Have you decided what you'll do regarding Hogwarts?" Daphne asked eventually. Given Dumbledore's continued presence as headmaster, Harry had been considering this question extensively. "I'll return," he decided. Running away would accomplish nothing. Besides, with the financial oversight reforms and his diminished authority, Dumbledore's ability to continue his previous methods is significantly constrained. And your relationship with him? Harry sighed. Professional. Respectful of his position and knowledge, but without the blind trust one once had. He did remarkable things for the wizarding world, and I can acknowledge that while still holding him accountable for his methods. Daphne nodded, approval evident in her expression. A mature perspective. Many would swing to one extreme or the other, either continued hero worship or complete rejection. I've had enough of extremes, Harry replied with a wry smile. The world isn't divided into good people and Death Eaters, as Sirius once told me. Dumbledore did terrible things in pursuit of goals he genuinely believed were necessary and right. Understanding that complexity doesn't excuse his actions, but it helps me move forward without being consumed by anger. They reached a small stone bench overlooking a pond where magical lotus flowers bloomed and closed in hypnotic patterns. Sitting down, they watched the display in companionable silence for several minutes. I never properly thanked you, Harry said finally. That day in the leaky cauldron, if you hadn't approached me, if you hadn't shared what you knew about your father's experience with the Hogwarts board, none of this might have happened. Daphne's lips curved in a small smile. Self-interest, Potter. The Greengrass family had its own reasons for wanting Dumbledore's influence checked. Perhaps initially, Harry conceded. But since then, the research, the facility infiltration, the Wisingamot hearing, you've been involved far beyond what self-interest would dictate. She met his gaze directly, a hint of vulnerability visible beneath her composed exterior. Perhaps my interests evolved. The simple admission, coming from someone who guarded her emotions so carefully, carried significant weight. Harry considered his response, aware that they were approaching a threshold in their relationship. Mine too, he acknowledged quietly. Our alliance has become more important to me than I anticipated. A political necessity becoming a personal preference? Daphne suggested, her tone light but her eyes serious. Something like that, Harry agreed. After a moment's hesitation, he added more directly, I'd like to explore what that might mean, beyond a formal alliance between our houses. A faint flush colored Daphne's cheeks, though her composure remained otherwise intact. I believe that could be mutually beneficial, she replied, the formal phrasing belied by the warmth in her voice. Harry smiled, recognizing the significant concession from the normally reserved Slytherin. Perhaps we could start with dinner. Something not involving political alliances or world-altering conspiracies. A novel concept, Daphne observed with the hint of a smile. Though I suspect normal dating experiences may elude us given your propensity for attracting extraordinary circumstances, Potter. I've had enough extraordinary for a lifetime, Harry countered. Ordinary sounds perfect right now. As they continued their conversation, planning a proper date without the pressure of political considerations or imminent danger, Harry felt a sense of genuine optimism about the future. The path ahead would undoubtedly hold challenges, the reformed arbiters to monitor, the continued political fallout from their revelations, the completion of their final year at Hogwarts under dramatically altered circumstances. Yet for the first time, he faced these challenges as truly his own person, not as a pawn in someone else's grand design, but as Lord Potterblack, making choices based on his own values and priorities, supported by allies who had proven their worth in the crucible of recent events. The audit that had begun as a simple financial investigation had evolved into something far more profound, a reclamation of autonomy, a demand for transparency, and ultimately, a rejection of the philosophy that placed abstract, greater goods, above individual rights and dignity. Whatever came next, Harry would face it on his own terms, with truth as his foundation and genuine allies at his side. After a lifetime of manipulation, that freedom was the greatest victory of all. Epilogue 6 months later, the Great Hall at Hogwarts hummed with the usual end-of-term excitement as students prepared to depart for summer holidays. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat surrounded by friends, the familiar chaos of last-minute packing plans and summer arrangements washing over him with comforting normalcy. "You're sure about this internship with Gringotts, Harry?" Hermione asked, looking up from her meticulously organized summer study schedule. "It's a significant commitment." "I'm sure," Harry confirmed. The goblins' approach to curse-breaking combines defense against the dark arts with practical applications, exactly what I'm interested in pursuing. Plus, Ron added with a knowing grin, Greengrass will be at her family's trading office in Diagon Alley all summer. Pure coincidence, I'm sure. Harry rolled his eyes at his friend's teasing, though he couldn't deny the convenient alignment of their summer plans had factored into his decision. His relationship with Daphne had progressed steadily over the past months, moving from cautious exploration to something increasingly significant, much to the ongoing fascination of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Glancing toward the Slytherin table, he caught Daphne's eye briefly. Her expression remained composed, but the subtle warmth in her gaze spoke volumes about how far they'd come since their initial political alliance. Their relationship wasn't the only significant change at Hogwarts. The school itself had undergone substantial transformation in the wake of the audit and subsequent revelations. The Board of Governors, now led by a coalition that included Cygnus Greengrass and Augusta Longbottom, had implemented comprehensive reforms to the school's financial management and oversight structures. Scholarship funding had been fully restored, with a new transparent allocation system ensuring resources reached students who needed them most. Long-deferred maintenance and improvements had finally been addressed, from updated classroom equipment to the replacement of the ancient school brooms that had terrorized generations of first-years. Most notably, Dumbledore's role had evolved. While still headmaster, his authority now existed within clearly defined parameters, with Deputy Headmistress McGonagall assuming greater responsibility for day-to-day operations. The change was subtle but significant, a shift from benevolent autocracy to collaborative leadership. Harry's personal relationship with Dumbledore had found a new equilibrium as well. Their interactions were cordial but reserved, characterized by mutual respect for each other's positions without the former dynamic of mentor and protégé. Occasionally, Harry caught glimpses of regret in the old wizard's eyes, not for his goals, perhaps, but for the methods he had employed in their pursuit. The investigation commission continued its work, gradually untangling the complex web of the Arbiter's operations and implementing reforms to bring prophecy research under proper oversight. Progress was slow but steady, with Amelia Bones personally ensuring that transparency remained a priority despite institutional resistance. Earth to Harry, Neville's voice broke through his reflections. We were asking about the manor renovations. How's that coming along? Almost complete, Harry replied, refocusing on the conversation. Potter Manor should be fully habitable by midsummer. You're all invited for the housewarming, of course. The discovery of his family's ancestral home, information that had been deliberately withheld from him, had been among the most meaningful outcomes of the past months. Potter Manor had stood empty since his grandparents' deaths, preserved by old family magic but neglected without an active lord to maintain it. Restoring the property had become a personal project, connecting Harry to his family heritage in tangible ways that transcended the financial aspects of his inheritance. Will Lady Greengrass be attending this housewarming? Ron inquired with exaggerated formality, earning himself a sharp elbow from Hermione. Leave him alone, Ronald, she chided, though her own expression betrayed similar curiosity about the increasingly serious relationship. Yes, Daphne will be there, Harry confirmed, refusing to rise to Ron's teasing. Along with her family. The alliance between our houses extends beyond just the two of us. That alliance had proven remarkably effective in the transformed political landscape following the Arbiter's exposure. The Potter-Black-Greengrass Longbottom coalition had emerged as a significant independent power bloc within the Wisengamot, advocating for transparency, accountability, and reform without aligning fully with either traditional faction. Their influence had already resulted in several important legislative changes, including enhanced financial oversight for ministry departments and stronger protections for orphaned magical children, ensuring no future child would experience the systematic manipulation Harry had endured. The conversation shifted to other summer plans: Neville's apprenticeship with a renowned herbologist, Hermione's advanced research project, Ron's trial position with the Chudley Cannons reserve team. The normalcy of these discussions, focused on individual passions rather than existential threats, remained a refreshing change from previous years. As the evening progressed and students began drifting toward their dormitories, Harry excused himself for a previously arranged meeting. Making his way through familiar corridors, he arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore had requested this final conversation before the term ended. "Acid pops," he stated to the Gargoyle Guardian, which moved aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Ascending to the office he had visited so many times under dramatically different circumstances, Harry found Dumbledore waiting behind his desk, Fawkes perched nearby. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming," Dumbledore greeted him, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. "I thought we might have one final conversation before the summer holiday begins." Harry took the offered seat, noting the subtle changes in the office since his last visit. Many of the mysterious silver instruments that had once whirred and puffed on various surfaces were gone, removed, he suspected, because they had been monitoring him and other subjects of interest to the arbiters. "I won't keep you long," Dumbledore continued. "I merely wish to give you something that rightfully belongs to you." From a drawer in his desk, he withdrew a familiar-looking wand, worn smooth from decades of use, with distinctive knobs along its length. Harry recognized it immediately as Dumbledore's own wand, though he had never paid it particular attention before. "This is the Elder Wand," Dumbledore stated simply, placing it on the desk between them. "One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, as I believe you've learned from your family grimoire." Harry kept his expression neutral, though he was indeed familiar with the legendary objects. The Black family grimoire had contained extensive information about the Hallows, including their supposed origins and powers. "Why are you giving this to me?" he asked carefully. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Because it has already chosen you, though you may not realize it. When you defeated me in the Wizengamot, not through physical combat but through moral authority and truth, the wand's allegiance shifted. It recognizes you as its rightful master." Harry stared at the wand with newfound wariness. "I'm not sure I want that responsibility." "Few worthy of such power actively seek it," Dumbledore observed. "Which is precisely why I believe you to be an appropriate custodian. The wand has passed through the hands of those who sought power for its own sake. Perhaps it is time it served one who understands its dangers." After a moment's consideration, Harry reached out and took the wand. A warm sensation flowed up his arm as his fingers closed around the wood, not the dramatic spark he'd experienced when first holding his phoenix feather wand, but a subtler recognition, like a torch being passed. "I also owe you an explanation," Dumbledore continued, his expression growing more serious. "Not justification. I have learned that some actions cannot be justified, regardless of their intent, but context that may help you understand certain decisions." "I'm listening," Harry replied, neither refusing nor eagerly accepting the offered explanation. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to Fawkes before returning to Harry. "When I first encountered the prophecy regarding you and Voldemort, I was already decades into my work with the Arbiters. We had identified the approaching convergence, a nexus of multiple prophecies that would determine the trajectory of magical society for generations to come." He sighed deeply. "Your prophecy was not merely about defeating one dark wizard, Harry. It was interwoven with predictions about fundamental shifts in magical governance, the relationship between magical species, even the long-term survival of magic itself. And you appointed yourself the arbiter of how these prophecies should unfold," Harry observed, the statement not a question but a recognition of what they both now acknowledged. "Yes." Dumbledore's admission held no defensiveness. "A responsibility I should perhaps have shared rather than concentrated in my own hands. The Arbiters began with noble intentions, preventing catastrophic misinterpretations of prophecy, guiding magical society through critical junctures. Over time, I became convinced that the ends justified increasingly questionable means. Like placing me with abusive relatives to ensure I'd be malleable," Harry stated flatly. Dumbledore flinched slightly but nodded. "The convergence scenarios we identified suggested that a Harry Potter raised in the wizarding world, aware of his status and heritage, might develop qualities that would lead to problematic outcomes. Pride, entitlement, resistance to necessary sacrifice. So you engineered a childhood of neglect instead," Harry concluded, his voice carefully controlled. To produce someone who would value connection over status, who would understand suffering and therefore fight to prevent it in others. Dumbledore met his gaze directly. I won't ask forgiveness for this, Harry. Some actions, even those taken with the purest intentions, remain unforgivable. I merely offer understanding of the reasoning, flawed though it clearly was. Harry considered the explanation thoughtfully. There was a certain twisted logic to it, the kind that could convince an intelligent, well-intentioned person that systematic manipulation was necessary for the greater good. Thank you for your honesty, he said finally. Though I still believe there were better ways to achieve your goals. As do I, in retrospect, Dumbledore acknowledged. The reforms now being implemented for prophecy research may well produce more balanced approaches than our secretive methods allowed. After a moment, he added, the question that remains, of course, is whether the outcomes will be as favorable without our guidance. That's not for either of us to determine unilaterally, Harry replied firmly. Prophecies may provide glimpses of possible futures, but how we respond to those possibilities should be a matter of informed choice, not manipulation. Dumbledore smiled faintly. A perspective I am learning to appreciate, if somewhat late in my long life. His expression grew more solemn. I do have one final piece of information to share, something the Reformed Oversight Committee has authorized me to discuss with you. What is it? Harry asked, curious despite his lingering wariness. The convergence that so concerned the Arbiters, it hasn't ended, Dumbledore revealed. Voldemort's defeat was one critical juncture within a larger pattern that continues to unfold. The next nexus point appears to center around magical cooperation and governance, how our society restructures itself in the aftermath of multiple conflicts. Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. And you're telling me this because? Because your actions will influence this juncture, whether you intend them to or not, Dumbledore replied simply. The alliances you've formed, the reforms you're advocating, they align with one of the more positive convergence outcomes our research identified. So now you're supporting my choices rather than trying to engineer them, Harry observed with a hint of irony. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement of the pointed observation. I am attempting to provide information while respecting your autonomy to make your own decisions, a novel approach for me, I admit. The conversation continued for another half hour, touching on Hogwarts reforms, the investigation commission's progress, and Harry's plans for the future. Throughout, Harry maintained a careful balance, neither rejecting Dumbledore's insights wholesale nor accepting them uncritically. Whatever their past, the former headmaster possessed knowledge and perspective that remained valuable, provided it was evaluated rather than followed blindly. As Harry finally rose to leave, Dumbledore offered one last observation. Your parents would be proud of the man you've become, Harry, not because you fulfilled a prophecy or defeated a dark wizard, but because you've remained true to your own principles despite extraordinary pressure to compromise them. The comment, delivered without manipulation or agenda, touched Harry more deeply than he had expected. Thank you, he replied simply. Departing the headmaster's office with the Elder Wand carefully secured alongside his own, Harry made his way toward the room of requirement, where Daphne had agreed to meet him for a private conversation before the end of term. She was already waiting when he arrived, the room having configured itself into a comfortable sitting area with large windows overlooking the Hogwarts grounds, a view that couldn't physically exist given the room's location within the castle, but magic cared little for such limitations. How was your meeting with Dumbledore? Daphne asked as he joined her on a comfortable sofa. Illuminating, Harry replied, briefly explaining the conversation and the unexpected gift of the Elder Wand. Daphne's eyebrows rose in surprise. He gave you the death stick. That's unprecedented. The wand's history suggests its masters rarely surrender it voluntarily. I think he's trying to demonstrate that he's learned something from all this, Harry observed. Relinquishing power rather than accumulating it. Or ensuring his legacy through you, Daphne suggested with characteristic Slytherin skepticism. Symbolic gestures often serve multiple purposes. Harry acknowledged the possibility with a nod. Either way, I'll be careful with it. The Black Grimoire had extensive warnings about the wand's history. Speaking of legacies, Daphne segued smoothly, I've been meaning to ask about your plans for the Potter and Black seats on the Wisengamot once we graduate. Will you claim them personally or designate proxies? I'm leaning toward a combination approach, Harry replied. Taking an active role in significant sessions while appointing trusted proxies for routine matters. My career interests don't align with full-time political involvement, but I can't justify completely delegating that responsibility either. Daphne nodded approvingly. A balanced approach. Though finding trustworthy proxies can be challenging. I was hoping for recommendations from someone with excellent judgment in political matters, Harry suggested with a meaningful look. A smile touched her lips. I might know someone suitable. Their conversation drifted to more personal topics, summer plans, the upcoming Potter Manor housewarming, their relationship's gradual evolution from political alliance to genuine partnership. Throughout, Harry marveled at how comfortable their interaction had become, how naturally they balanced each other's perspectives and approaches. I have something for you, he said eventually, withdrawing a small box from his pocket. Not a ring, he added quickly, seeing her momentary expression of alarm. We're not there yet. Thank Merlin, Daphne replied with evident relief. My mother's already planning our eventual wedding 5 years in advance. I'd hate to accelerate her timeline. Harry laughed, appreciating her candor. This is something else entirely. Opening the box, he revealed a delicate silver pendant in the shape of a shield, adorned with tiny emeralds and rubies, the colors of their respective houses intertwined. It's a communication amulet, he explained as she examined it. Based on the enchanted mirrors Sirius gave me, but more subtle. It allows us to contact each other in emergencies, regardless of distance or ward protections. Daphne's fingers traced the intricate design, her expression softening. It's beautiful. And practical, a thoughtful combination. I thought it represented us well, Harry acknowledged. Beauty and function, tradition and innovation. Slytherin and Gryffindor, she added with a small smile, removing the pendant from its box. Would you? Harry took the necklace and carefully fastened it around her neck, the silver gleaming against her pale skin. The simple gesture felt significant, a tangible symbol of their connection, neither purely political nor conventionally romantic, but uniquely theirs. Perfect, he murmured, meeting her gaze as she turned back toward him. Something in the atmosphere shifted, the moment charged with unspoken potential. Slowly, giving her ample opportunity to withdraw if she wished, Harry leaned forward until their lips met in a gentle kiss, their first, despite months of growing closeness. The contact was brief but meaningful, an acknowledgement of boundaries crossed and new territory entered. As they separated, Daphne's usual composure was softened by a genuine smile that reached her eyes. Well, Potter, she observed with mock seriousness, it seems our alliance continues to evolve in interesting directions. Any objections, Greengrass? He countered, matching her tone. None whatsoever, she replied, her fingers idly touching the pendant at her throat. Though I maintain my right to negotiate terms as we proceed. Harry laughed, the sound echoing in the magical room. I wouldn't expect anything less. As evening deepened outside the enchanted windows, they remained together, discussing plans and possibilities that would have seemed inconceivable months earlier. The path forward wasn't clearly mapped, no prophecies or manipulations guiding their choices, but that uncertainty represented the freedom Harry had fought to secure. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them on his own terms, with allies he had chosen rather than those selected for him, pursuing goals aligned with his own values rather than someone else's greater good. The financial audit that had begun this journey had uncovered far more than misappropriated galleons, it had revealed the truth that set him free. Lord Potterblack had claimed not just his vaults, but his future. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.